happy about being here. Did you go and stand next to the buffalo? Because it's good to stand next to this animal. For sure, you've seen some advertisement like that. And I just wanted to make sure that you know what we're talking about. It's the animal, not the vodka named after the animal. I broke something, it seems. Now it's going to be even better. Am I supposed to regulate later? You'll help me. Okay. So the request is as in the cinema during a nice theater performance to put our phones on silent, because afterwards everyone gets a bit nervous or you forget. You can also watch it on Teams and see what is the delay. I'm going to tell you how many of us there are on Teams, and we are also on YouTube. Are we starting? Yes, I've got info that we may start. My name is Robert Feluś, and this is a RE NATURA conference. I'm very happy to see you here in this beautiful area with beautiful nature. Just 2 words about myself. I'm a journalist. I'm a university lecturer. I teach youth to become journalists. I'm going to boast about only one thing insofar as my achievements. There were more, but I had the pleasure to host 2 seasons of the podcast Healthy River. And I see so many protagonists of my interviews that I'm really happy to be here. During the first day of the conference, I'm going to be steering this boat that we will take to go through today's agenda. The agenda is really rich, so I shall not speak for too long. Let's start. The Konferencja RE NATURA here in the heart of Białowieża. Who has never come here before? Do you like it? I also like it. I've never been here either, here in the heart of Białowieża. It's very beautiful. We'll be coming back. This is a place for exchange of the state-of-the-art scientific knowledge, results of research and experiences related to counteracting water crisis and restoring the the functions of water ecosystems. The ambition of the organizers is to focus on how to apply science in practice to address local, national, and global hydrological challenges. I have to tell you that we are 150 or more here in the room, but people are still registering. But we also have those who cannot be here in body, but they are here in spirit thanks to Teams. And this group 5 minutes ago was 80 people, but it keeps growing because you know how it is to connect with Teams. Sometimes something doesn't work, it's not the right connection, you have to click something. So 5 minutes ago it was 80, we will be even more numerous. We were all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, because we are on YouTube with no registration, no gates. We are there in Polish and also in English. So this is a big event in two languages all over the world. And now a word about who made this possible, because this is always very important. The RE NATURA conference is organized by the Institute of Meteorology and Water Management, National Research Institute, which provides scientific and expert support to the water management sector in Poland. The conference is organized in collaboration with the State Water Management Authority, Wody Polskie. The event's partners are Białowieża National Park, the Regional Directorate of State Forests in Białystok, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, or Water Economy, and the Polish Society for the Protection of Birds, an organization which has contributed to the restoration, this is a very important word during this conference, restoration of a section of the Narewka River in Białowieża. The local partner is the municipality of Białowieża. The event is organized under the honorary patronage of the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Committee on Water Sciences and Water Management of the Polish Academy of Sciences. And now I'm gonna tell you who is paying for it, who's important. This is a serious moment. The project is financed from the state budget means from the Ministry of Education within vectors of science, vektory nauki. I would like to thank all the people, thanks to whom we were able to meet here. You can applaud them now, all these good people. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's gonna start. I'll be inviting to the stage three tenors without whom we wouldn't be here. First, a riddle. Who is a specialist in hydrology, in transport of organic matter, and director of the Institute of Meteorology and Water Management, Professor Robert Czerniawski. Could you stand here as one of the tenors? Yeah, you can look at the room. Don't get stressed. This is a bit of a stressful situation. I'm sure you can make it. Expert for restoration of waters. Creator of restoration project, organizer of this conference. Dr. Ilona Biedroń, please join us.
I trzeci tenor, ja już wiem.
And the third tenor, I know, and I'm going to tell you, he knows how to fight floods, but he knows about international relations because he graduated from the University of Warsaw in this area since January 2024. He's deputy CEO and after CEO of the State Water Management Wody Polskie Institute. Yes, the president or the CEO, Mateusz Balcerowicz, please join us. Please, I'm asking the tenors to take their seats. Director, this is my seat. I'm sorry. This is a side seat, so it's not aspirational. This is a small conference now, a small press conference, a sitting conference. And question to the director, to the professor, why did we meet here? I'm gonna start differently. Finally, we've met. Why did we meet here finally? I think this is the first opportunity during which we can openly, I'm gonna say that for many, many years, talk about it, have support, especially of the institution of Polish waters, Wody Polskie, responsible for water economy and what is in the lakes and in the rivers. So we would like to thank you very much for the opportunity of cooperation in full scope. We do it on everyday basis, actually. This conference, why is it organized? In my opinion, and in the opinion of all of us, as I believe, in majority, we've gathered here because we are in favor of restoration works, of natural approach to water, to river, etc. We could talk about it for a long time. We are also specialists, experts. We have scholars, scientists, activists among us. And it's about learning what restoration is actually about, so that the state, or rather you who are scholars, academics, so you can make aware activists and other people who want to participate in the restoration process, what does it mean, what are the effects of it, and on the other hand, so we know, scientists and scholars, what are the expectations of the activists, and so we develop together the conclusions for the economy, for the spatial planning, and for people who want or have to use this water, and we know that there is no person, no entity, no institution that doesn't need water for its functioning in the end. So my request to respect the needs of all. So we know that on the other side of our thinking, there are also others who are waiting till we tell them and ourselves how to function, why restoration is needed. And we know that the landscape retention and soil retention and the most effective form of retention that can exist in nature. Let's help everyone in such a way so everyone of us and them, those who think or work a bit differently, know how to tap into that. Yeah, a lot depends on the water. So, and now Dr. Ilona Biedroń, how do we do it? Ladies and gentlemen, my heart is growing seeing all these people in the room. I'm very happy that we are really here in Białowieża, and you can together with us co-create this exceptional, innovative event, scientific event. The protagonist of this conference is the Narewka River. It is the star of the show. This is why we are meeting here in Białowieża, because the example of the restoration of Narewka River is supposed to be a form of practical presentation of scientific knowledge for those who need that knowledge in order to take right decisions. So local authorities, government bodies, or non-governmental organizations, which are often initiators of these types of solutions. Solutions, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll be talking about it today, which is one of the means to increase climate resistance, to mitigate water crisis. This formula of lectures intertwined with meetings with experts during workshops, plenary sessions, throughout this entire event, we've organized it in such a way in order not to clash the world of science with the worlds of other audiences. So we understand what are the rivers, what is the role of rivers in the landscape, and so we can recover the biggest amount of processes that we have lost. A very important element of in co-creation this conference is the restoration roadmap, which you can see in the space between the reception desk and the room where we have the coffee break and lunch break. There's a big map there, and we would like to invite you to go up to it and add your brick to it, your contribution to it, because we intend to develop a tool together with you after consulting it with the scientific council of the conference, so it becomes a practical tool for people who want to restore rivers, so they know what to start with, how to design, how to do it, and later how to take care of it well. And the third tenor.
Please be careful. Here comes a question. Why things we do here are important? Well, there are 4 reasons behind it. 2 are less and 2 are more serious. First of all, we rarely have an opportunity to come together in such community, because I remember projects, conferences brought together with Polish waters, but we never have so many people in a single room, so it's an honor and privilege to take part in it, and congratulations to the Institute being the organizer for doing that. Secondly, very often, because I've been working for the ministry and I've visited Białowieża National Park multiple times, but I've never ventured into the spot, and I know it's ironic. And on a serious note, there are two reasons. First of all, we have climate change, and we know that water economics is facing two serious consequences. First of all, we have hydrological drought, which has become a frequent sight, and we know that it will be worsening throughout Poland. So say for mountains and the foothills, and we need to prevent it, and we can prevent new phenomena resorting to old methods. And secondly, floods. The fact that we have drought, it doesn't mean that in the same places, especially when we have very tight sealed areas such as mountains and the foothills, it doesn't mean that we won't have flash floods. So we need to seek for new solutions. And secondly, seeking for new solutions is not turning the tables. It's about putting together different methods we've been using or we've not been using, but we need to resort to, because it's only the holistic approach that is going to make the most of water resources we have, so we can divide it and split it between different stakeholders, the nature and the man, because the institution I represent can be an investor, a co-investor, or we can resort conflicts between users of water. So this is a very challenging role, and I'm very happy to see such discussions in progress, because as a result we can better manage things that are most important to us, to have water and to have adequate quality of water. By the way, you've just heard from the head of Polish Waters that nothing will happen without him. And would you like to add anything? No, you wouldn't. Do I have to, he asks. Okay, so if you don't have to and you have nothing to add, okay, you can get up. And, okay, so Czerniawski, Biedroń, Balcerowicz, the three tenors. Okay, so right now we'll have another performance on the stage. This is not the end. I'm going to invite people representing different organizations, thanks to which we have come together today. I will be asking for a very brief address. So please, we need to save time, just like we need to save water, because we have very tight agenda today. I will vacate this place in a minute. Artur Magnuszewski, the Committee for Water Science and Water Economics of the Polish Academy of Science. Good morning. It gives me great satisfaction and pleasure. I'm looking at the size of this conference, and I have to admit that the Committee for Water Science and Water Economy of the Polish Academies of Science has assumed honorary patronage, but we are also very interested in the output of the conference. To make my address brief, I would like to take this opportunity to say that the committee is the publisher of papers of the Committee for the Water Science and Water Economics Department. It's a yearbook, and we would like to invite you to publish your papers in our publication. And if you are up for score, this yearbook is published by the Polish Academy of Science. You have ISBN number, so you get academic score for any publication. If you are interested, I'm here for you to ask to answer your questions, and later I'm going to send you terms and conditions for publications. I think it might be an opportunity to have thematic paper dedicated to topics addressed by this conference. I'm holding issue number 47, and Ilona has published a paper in this issue. She wrote about restoration project, and I think as follow-up we can publish another paper and you can contribute to it. Thank you very much. Okay, very disciplined participants. Thank you very much. Olympia Pabian, Białowieża National Park. I would like to give you a very warm welcome because you are hosting our conference. Okay, so I'll try to help myself. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Białowieża team, I would like to welcome you to the conference staged here at Białowieża National Park. And when Ilona Biedroń called me for the very first time, we went on like a house on fire, and eventually we have this conference today, and I'm very excited that we have a meeting of the world of academia, of environmental protection, of institutions and practitioners, because it will generate a viable contribution, so we are not going to be left with white papers after this conference. We will have lots of practical tips, and I hope that together with your assistance I will get answers to my questions to find out what to do in a national park where we are protecting natural processes. What can we do not to ruin things we are actually protecting? So for me, it's going to be massive support, and hopefully we'll get answers that will help us provide protection. And if you want to do something positive for rivers and waters, you will be able to do it. So I wish you a very enjoyable conference, and tomorrow when you venture into the nature reserve, enjoy it as much as you can. So 5 o'clock in the morning, I hope you are up and ready. Okay, yes, who is setting off 5 o'clock in the morning? Hands up. Okay, I don't think we have enough space in the park. Can you see? Are they going to stamp and trample the park? Okay, we are going to be losing participants one by one tomorrow morning. I'm very happy to be here. Edyta Kapowicz, the Polish Society for the Protection of Birds. Yes, we are clapping hands. Good morning. It's honor and pleasure to greet you here. We are here because for reasons that have been outlined, we have restored Narewka River, a section of it, and I'm very happy that you will have the opportunity to see it for yourself, the outcomes of our work. I think that this conference will be also a great opportunity to exchange similar experiences, if you have such experiences from different parts of Poland, and I look forward to it. Thank you very much. Marek Masłowski, the Regional Directorate of State Forests in Białystok. You know, people in high places locally. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. I would like to apologize because I'm substituting for my boss, who regrettably for different reasons could not attend to this day of the conference. So let me read it out. A message from him not to miss anything, especially that we are broadcast live and perhaps my boss is watching. Congratulations to the organizers and participants of the conference. and thank you very much for the invitation to attend it. I would like to pass on a brief message on behalf of almost 2,000 men-strong personnel of the Regional Directorate of State Forests in Białowieża. Water is the condition of life, philosophically, biologically. Water is an axiomate. Managing forests is regulated by the Forest Law of 1992. Article 7 of the Act provides that forest management should be pursued to protect all waters on the surface, underground and catchment areas, and I hope we'll be able to focus on it while the conference lasts. Thank you very much. I wish you an enjoyable conference. Tadeusz Wilczyński, the head of the National Directorate of State Forests in Białystok. And Marek Masłowski was on the stage. So if your boss was watching, we have to reassure him that everything went okay. I'm reading as well. Katarzyna Karpa-Świderek, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Economics. Please applaud, Eva. Are you going to read it out? Good morning, hello and welcome. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting the National Fund, which is also the content partner of this conference, one of many. But I think we are the missing link here. Why? Because, as you know, the fund is the institution which for years has been the largest, the key institution supporting environmental protection financially. We are tapping into European and national funds, and it is our mission to implement EU policies. And to be frank, I've just returned from Wisła. Yesterday, during the weekday, I took a float on the Vistula River. Water is going down the level, but there are more and more submerged trees in the Vistula River. So floaters need to be very careful because you can get stuck on a branch. So anywhere we look in Poland, water levels are dwindling. So this conference, hopefully, will partially have a positive impact on water economics. It's a pivotal conference for us, and I hope you will have the opportunity to exchange information about different projects, about different concepts, and join our calls, because on the 29th, I know it's a perfect time, coincidence, we have a call for Phoenix 2-4 action for restoration of rivers. This project accounts for 302 million zlotys, so I hope there will be plenty of water in Poland very soon. How to submit your projects, how to write your projects to avoid key mistakes. We are going to conduct workshops on day 3 of the conference for beginners, for advanced project managers. Together with the Ministry of Climate and Environment, the fund is going to roll out such workshops because we are the supervising authorities. We are going to discuss live Drava bees, restoration of biodiversity in the Nida River Valley. We are going to talk about wetlands. I can see many foresters in the room, and we are working hand in hand with you while implementing different projects, and I'm very happy to make new contacts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And joining us today was the head of Białowieża municipality, Albert Litwinowicz, but something came in his way, but he's substituted by Andrzej Skiepka, the starost of the municipality of Hajnówka. Thank you very much. After such exquisite introduction, you are a bona fide journalist, and it's very difficult to take the floor after you. I would like to give you a very warm welcome to Białowieża Forest on behalf of local authorities and on behalf of Albert Litwinowicz, the head of Białowieża municipality, who is not able to attend this day of the conference. I'm very happy to have this conference in the heart of Białowieża Forest. For more than 5 years, we've had very challenging times for tourism in the region because Białowieża was shut down following the pandemic. All hotels and guest houses were shut down. Later, we had the state of emergency, and as a result, tourism compared to 2019 dwindled by nearly 80%. We're trying to bring it back to pre-COVID levels, and this conference is extremely important because I'm sure you will be coming back time and time again to Białowieża, and I wish it to all of you. This conference is very important. I live in the region of Hajnówka, in the municipality of Narewka. So Narewka is a local river, and I know how it's changing. And because I wrote my master's thesis about soils in the region, I have knowledge, and I can compare water levels today with what was happening in the past. I wish you a very successful conference. What we've heard about the director of the national park, I hope that you are going to draw multiple successful conclusions that can be later implemented in real life, because this is most important. As representative of the local government, I have to admit that we very often hold multiple meetings and nothing is later implemented in real life. I do apologize because I have to leave this conference to join a conference about redevelopment of a local road, which is also very important because this is safety for the local community, and for me, safety comes first. To organizers and co-organizers, I wish many successes, and I'm convinced that you are going to come back time and time again to Białowieża. Thank you very much.
You've heard that yourselves that he shouldn't be so falsely modest, the starist, because he really was performing well on stage. So now we start the agenda, the actual agenda, right? So the introductory lecture, Water, Climate, Landscape. I'm going to give the floor to some tenors again. So we have triads. Iwona Wagner, professor of University of Łódź, Dr. Kinga Krause from the ERCE, UNESCO PAN, and Robert Pirtz, who is representing IMGW PIB. Welcome. Now it's your turn.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Jak redaktor...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting, and since we are starting, let's start from the top. And since it's the top, it's water. Water is the basis of life, basis of our economy, basis of our everyday functioning. Every day we start turning on the tap, and there's water in it. What's more, I know we have drought for many years, but we are used so much to the existence of water. The last winter that gave us some snow woke those fantasies that maybe it's the end of the drought, maybe the water will return to the landscape. I don't know, maybe we'll try to talk about it today a little bit, but in order to present the framework of what we'll be talking about throughout these few days, I want to tell you about 5 basic things regarding water. First of all, we don't have so much water, actually. What we will be talking about throughout the next few days, we will talk about water, which is available to us, insofar as liquid forms, natural water, not sea water, not water in the icebergs, but in the atmosphere, in the rivers, and in the underground water. And so we'll concentrate on the small dot. Do you see that very, very tiny dot there? These are waters which are in rivers and lakes. So this is so tiny. We have drought. The drought could not be existing. It would be happening in the ocean, but it's happening on land. Why is it happening? It is happening because we have the biosphere. This is the only water pump, the only mechanism which makes it possible for water to exist in our area. Without it, every glass of water would be in the dry sand. But we have this dot that keeps water. So thanks to that, it can circulate in the landscape. This map represents the indicator of recycling or continental evaporation recycling ratio. So thanks to what, first of all, forests do. When you have number 1, it means that water in 100% comes from rainfall, from precipitation. The more it's green and blue, we have more oceanic impact in the transportation of water as a result of climatic factors. But there is no way to have water without the participation of vegetation, of forests. So look at that. On average, 40% of precipitation over land originates from vegetation evaporation. Out of this, 60% returns as precipitation over land. It's about 55% in Poland. In Białowieża, a little bit more, 58% actually. Inside the continents, ladies and gentlemen, these are big closed hydrological systems where water circulates and returns. And this should be a sanctity for us. The third thing, well, we can say it's good, though there is a circulation of water. We always remember there is always the same amount of water. Precipitation means evaporation, evapotranspiration, so whatever, well, all comes down to the continent. There is whole water cycle. There will be no more water, no less water. You cannot produce water. But this is not true because the devil is in the details. The catchment is our basic area of activity which decides if water is sufficient or is it scarce. In the catchment there is another parameter which is delta R. It's the growth of retention. Retention is to be or not to be for us. It's our life insurance. It's our guarantee to have potable water. If delta R will be growing or diminishing, is dependent on the climate, but also to a big degree what we do in the landscape. If we are letting in the biosphere and allowing it to operate, or we do not balance it and we get rid of it. Delta R, the drop of retention and growth of retention. Our retention decides about our water resources. And in the lowest place of the catchment, which is the balancing of the circulation of water, is the river. And what about the river? Exactly. Well, the river is either building or draining the water resources. If we have a river like here, this is the river jeziorka, meandering with oxbow lakes, with a big valley. Not necessarily this is a system which just takes the waters from the catchment. This is a huge retention system. Here we also have a natural river. These are systems that are building, constructing. Here the river is also retention, but we can also have such rivers as those on the right side, which just drain water and nothing else. So whatever comes from the catchment very quickly goes away from our area, our landscape, our water resources. I love this picture by Mr. Piotr Fogel. The river is actually called Straconka, so it's like the lost river. So the riverbed, if it's straight, then we lose water, but it's the best when it's connected with the valley. The valleys are not the additional areas of retention and restoration, but these are the kidneys of the world. Thanks to the valleys, we are cleansing whatever, purifying whatever could go to some tank and create some algae growing. So here we have not only water, but we have phosphorus, and this is from around Sulejów, from Przedbórz to Sulejów. And on this section, there can be a lot of suspension, hundreds of tons, and hundreds of tons of suspension, and even 7 tons of phosphorus if high waters can come to this area, which means that 1 ton of phosphorus is 200 tons of dry biomass of algae. So if this phosphorus would go to the Sulejowski
uniemożliwiający korzystanie ze zbiornika.
Reservoir, it would mean that would be a great blooming of algae. So what is the river? Very often we're thinking about the river like the riverbed, but the riverbed is only the river in a specific hydrological state. When there is flooding, the valley goes outside of this area which was set for its management, and takes a lot of space. Everything which happens in the river and in the valley depends on the catchment. Every activity in the catchment impacts the river. So whenever we are somewhere in some kind of catchment, over deforestation or forestation, it all impacts what is happening in the river. But there is one more important thing, biosynosis. So whatever lives in the river. And here, a very complicated slide, and I'm gonna spend some time to explain it. We have biosynosis of one of the rivers in this area, and this slide shows all complicated interdependencies in the river network. We are not thinking about what actually is alive in the river. We have 270 species in various functional groups and interacting with each other. How they interact with each other will be dependent on how effectively the ecosystem can cleanse itself and filtrate, evaporate, how it delivers all the ecosystemic services. It's very sensitive, vulnerable ecosystem, and it functions depending on many factors. The most important factors here, and this is a very complicated graph on the top, is temperature and water. What changes is the functioning of the ecosystem together with the temperature and also together with the dynamic of water. In mountainous ecosystems, usually rivers are determined by abiotic factors. The lower we go, we have more biotic factors that are more significant. So river management and restoration there should take into consideration those interdependencies. This was the concept created by Zalewski and Nyman that became the basis of eco-hydrology concept, which says that interdependencies between the biosphere and hydrology support one another, but can be used also for regulation of processes in restoration. What we need to remember, I don't want to discuss this graph in detail, but I just wanted to say that organisms, this very complicated system, besides the fact that there are those abiotic, biotic factors and the regulation, act to temperature very strongly. The temperature which is growing because of climate change may result that this very complicated network of connections starts to collapse. Those parts of the ecosystem that works very well because of millions of years of evolution are becoming far, far away from one another. Some of them go faster, some slower, and the whole system is under a great pressure. Summarizing this part about water, let's remember in river restoration that we have these four areas, so the catchment, the riverbed, the valley, biosynosis. So let's remember that these four elements or axis of connection which we need this connection, we need the vertical, longitudinal and lateral connection, and this is a very important part, and the temporal one. So this is a bigger ball that impacts the smaller ball from the first slide, but it depends on the landscape, and it would be wonderful to have a temporal continuity. But this is the picture from the last winter. This is a part of the Ślęża River, which shows that this river has become just puddles. There is no temporal continuity, no connection, and unfortunately we have such a situation in Poland more and more often. Let's remember and that green and blue infrastructure is our critical infrastructure. When we are saying that critical infrastructure is the infrastructure to send water, we need to know that we have to send something, and this infrastructure determines the amount of water that we have in our catchments, the amount of water that builds our water resources to drink, which is our national safety and our to be or not to be. What does it depend on? On climate and on landscape management. We cannot impact the first one, but we can impact the second one a little bit more, but other speakers will tackle the other topics. Thank you.
Hello, it's great to be here. Very briefly, we'll be talking about climate, or specifically one element of the climate. But before I start, there are different definitions of climate, different variables are used in definitions. They are usually complex and people fail to understand them. My first contact with this beautiful animal, because nature has its own laws, in 1995, when I was a student, I saw this creature in Pieniny Mountains. 3 years later, I was asked by my professor what's the range of the mantis in Poland, and the correct answer was this handful of areas in Polish mountains. That was the situation back in the 90s. And until 2020 or 2021, mantis was a rare sight in Poland. So sometimes we read that there is no climate warming, that there is no climate changes because we have frost and snow, that it's raining heavily or not raining, but nature has its own rules. First of all, temperature is changing and we have milder winters, and if we have milder winters, let's see what happens. Tomorrow I'm going to take you to a meteorological station and we'll see median temperatures after 2006. So once a maximum has become a minimum, and we don't have places which were affected by man. This area has remained intact for centuries. The meadow where our site has been erected is not changing, so there are no major increases or decreases. And look what is happening to minimal temperatures. At the beginning of the period, it was minus 35 centigrades in winter. Today, it's seldom a winter when the temperature drops to -20. So mild winters, that's how we can call it. We have less frosty winters. And it's not only temperature changing, the key parameter that has an impact on water and the environment, this is precipitation. And we interpret precipitation in many different ways. What is the volume of precipitation in millimeters? Is it 30 or 300? That's the record in Poland, 300 liters per square meter. And how is it falling? What is the format of precipitation? Is it snow or water? In which regions of Poland we have precipitation? Where do we have precipitation where it wasn't seen before? What is the duration of precipitation? Does it last 2-5 minutes or perhaps 3 or 4 days? For example, in the old days in the mountains or Julian, St. Jule or St. John's rains used to last a week. In our weather reports, we are also analyzing what is happening if it's not raining. So we don't have time today, but tomorrow we can discuss it. Let me give you an example. So annual precipitation, there is very little change, but if you look at precipitation in April, the biggest drop, and this is very typical for most weather stations in Poland during transition periods like spring and fall. There is a steep increase in winter, but there is no snow, you might say. There is no snow. We don't have snowfall. We have rain in winter. So back in the 1970s, snowy winters of the old days may be seen again. What is the height of the snow cover? Look at the number of snowy days. What is... So, since we don't have snowy winters, how are rivers fed? It does not build retention, it is running off. Several years back, we were saying we have precipitation because we were measuring it at different sites in Poland. Right now we have radars and satellites, and you can see that precipitation is focused in the mountains, in the highlights. In the highlands, for example, in the Bieszczady Mountains. I don't know if I can play a video, probably not. Oh yes, I can. So this is a torrential rain. It's raining cats and dogs. So where could be a frequent site anywhere. There are areas where you can have more frequent torrential rain, but it's possible to have it anywhere. So as a society, as local governments, we need to be ready and brace for it. 2 photographs. Kraków, the 5th of August, the city comes to a grinding halt. Half of the city is flooded. What's the difference? This torrential rain lasted 70 minutes, and in the second case it lasted 12 hours. Another example, where does it rain? Also in the cities. So if you have urban heat islands, if you have higher convection, the city of Zamość, I was talking to the head of municipality who has experienced the flood of the century in 2014. We are never going to see it again, he said. They did several years later. And funny enough, a day before, everyone was saying there will be a torrential rain in Warsaw. And a day later in Zamość it was even worse. So this is torrential rain in minutes. And what happens if it doesn't rain? You have drought. And it's nothing new. First news of a drought came in the year 1121. In the late 19th century, marked in grey in southern Poland, we had news about drought and famine and acts of cannibalism in the south of Poland. On the right, we have droughts in Poland ever since the early 16th century. So what's new about drought? It's deeper, it's more frequent, it also affects months. It would never happen before, and it is now taking its toll faster. We never had drought in June. It usually came in August. And this is the first week of June, the second week of June, and basically all of Poland has been affected by severe drought. And this also has an impact on what my colleague will discuss in the context of environment. And looking at this drawing, from the 16th century, and at the time the society would perceive anything that would happen to water as something commanded by God or by the devil. And right now, as a result of knowledge and science we are going to touch on while this conference lasts, you'll be able to make practical decisions about what to do, how to behave, and how to develop your expertise. And you need to keep in mind that in order to understand water in nature, you need to understand how precipitation works. Thank you very much.
I dochodzimy do krajobrazu.
And we go now to the landscape. You know how much effort it took to generate such an AI image, because I've asked a very complicated question. I've said, show that it has to be a mosaic landscape and regenerative agriculture and this and that. And it generated this image, and the whole infrastructure landed here. And it seems to me that sometimes we treat landscape like this, that there is this beautiful canvas infrastructure lands wherever it's convenient, wherever it's low and flat and it's easy to install the infrastructure. While in the landscape, it seems to me that here in the end I've negotiated these 6 important elements, which is the structure of the landscape, diverse landscape, mosaic landscape. This is important, how we treat the terrain itself. So regenerative agriculture, but also the development, which is the infrastructure, low impact infrastructure. And right now we are talking about nature-based design, NBS, protection of forests, and very smart locating of the forests in the catchment, and the protection of the habitats. But what's important is the protection of the river valley, and this is important in order to work on retention of the quality of habitats, but to work on other ecosystem services which are necessary if we are talking about restoration. We have a very broad possibility of opportunities. We've talked about the water cycle, about precipitation, about the fact that sometimes we don't have rainfall. This shows all factors of the retention, so all that we have at hand, so we can have more water in the catchment. So we have interception, so this water which is gathered in the plant surfaces. We have retention of impermeable surfaces, maybe the least important now from the perspective of restoration, but we have standing water retention, flowing river retention, soil retention, retention in land depressions, we have groundwater retention and retention in internal drainage systems. The entire range of possibility. This range of possibilities is very important because we are operating in the catchments and we use water. In normal situations, we have this flow of water which happens both in between groundwater and surface water. However, we know that when we are trying to save ourselves from drought, the first solution we are thinking about are wells to get more water in order to guarantee some crops, some harvest, some possibility to use water in our farms. This is how we create the local cone of depression. So, and the water flows differently. And if we're going to have more of those cone of depression, because every farm will create their own well and draw water from it, at a certain moment we make the water level lower. So if we lower it even more, it's not going to be the right flow of water between the groundwater and surface water. So either we will lose the water from the river or the river will lose contact with the surface of the groundwater. So this is why it's important for us to think about restoration of our ecosystems, also of fresh water, also in the context of how much groundwater is being used. I think it would be important to finally quantify the use of water, because then we know in what conditions, current and future, we will be restoring our rivers. Land use is important. I'm going to talk about this part in a moment. The landscape structure. This is the ideal mosaic of fields, meadows, woods, shrubs. What does it guarantee? It guarantees, first of all, the fact that we make the wind weaker, so we don't lose soil due to wind erosion, but also there's also the flow of species in between habitats. The species, they need to get through those habitats, and they need to somehow take care of their needs, and this mosaic is necessary for this to be possible. What's more, this type of landscape increases infiltration. I'm going to talk about it, water infiltration, and first of all, it creates barriers for the movement of contamination. And here you can see this barrier, vegetation barrier that reduces the nitrates outflow. This is what it looked like before it was enriched, and here we have the allowable level of nitrates and how we've managed to stop it or limit it rather. Excellent research by Kędziora and Roszkowski professors shows how high vegetation impacts the microclimate. As Ivona said, the water doesn't come from nowhere because water evaporates to the atmosphere where condensation and precipitation happens. This is the height of the tree, and we have the big impact on microclimate because precipitation is greater, because there is a greater moisture in the air, the wind is smaller, we have less erosion and less evaporation. We are protecting the water already at the stage of our farmed land. What's more, this is an example from one of the villages or towns in Germany where from the beginning of last century they were tracking how the structure of the landscape was changing. First of all, of course, the river was made straight, yes, to get more land available for farming. So there was less woodlands also. What followed? The intensity of flow. The river had the flow more and more extreme, and it ended in, I think, 2004, 2005, and there was a huge flooding of the entire river along its course. Has very important significance for what is happening below. What is underappreciated in restoration? We are talking about the restoration of river. We are talking about water cycle, and we're not thinking usually about the soil. And the soil is this huge organism which actually guarantees that in various climatic conditions there is more or less water that will be gathering in the soil retention. What is important? The interaction between vegetation, water, and the soil itself, because plants increase the processes of infiltration over the processes of runoff, because their roots penetrate the ground, but also because they create organic matter as long as we don't get rid of it. When we get rid of trees, when we cut grass, we get rid of it together with harvest, but we could be enriching the soil at that time. We know also that if the amount of organic matter in the soil will grow by 1% only, the soil retention will grow by 150,000 liters per hectare. This is a huge amount in the soil for water. This is the water which is available later for our ecosystems of fresh water. What's also important, it's microflora and microfauna, because they create the structure of the soil, the spaces, physical spaces in the soil, and themselves also. Those plants gather water. The landscape goes down to the river itself. I've allowed myself to take it from some old archives. These are parts of my PhD. I was sitting at the bank of the river, changing the habitat preferences of various fish species. You can see the trout here, you can see the pike. What's regulated here is non-regulated, regulated river, and different seasons of the year. And what I wanted to show you here, I've analyzed the impact on the distribution of species in the riverbed. The first column or the shallows, for instance, etc. So what percentage should be taken by branches so the fish can find their habitats there? It doesn't matter what is the precise information, but what you should remember, that the fish, for the implementation of their functions, need different habitats in winter, in spring, and in summer. Different when they're young and different when they're adults. So whenever the riverbed is regulated, they need more habitats that would allow them to get hidden, because we're dealing with water that is flowing faster. In the end, I would not like to say that we have hard data, hard proof for the fact that ecosystem services, for when we need that, they depend on the structure of the landscape. Here there's a part of the valley of a river. Here we have a photo map showing the town, the farming areas, etc., and two important services, maintaining the population of plants and animals, and services regulating the hydrological cycle. And where we are intensely changing the landscape, these services are delivered, and to a much smaller degree. We have to, and this is only the river valley. We are not talking about the catchment here. This is just the river valley. And summarizing of what I wanted to stay with you after these few words is that we need to cooperate with nature, because nature gives us the starting capital which is necessary for us with climate change. We have a lot of measures that we can undertake in the catchment area, and we have to remember that the fact if we are going to be successful. This depends on small interventions that are happening either in the catchment area or, for instance, along the river, but outside of the area of our activity. Thank you very much.
Bardzo Państwu.
Thank you very much, Wagner Pyryc-Krause. We had the wonderful trio that has introduced us to topics addressed by the conference. And if you don't believe, like Robert said, if we have an obvious winter which hails global change, I think the example of mantis is very convincing. And now the session of restoration and eco-hydrology masters. So the first champion on the stage is Maciej Zalewski, Professor Maciej Zalewski of the European Regional Center for Eco-Hydrology, Łódź University. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. And the topic of the presentation is transdisciplinary eco-hydrology. Thank you very much. I would like to start by saying that restoration and this conference is and will become more important than we think. I'm going to demonstrate why it's going to rise in prominence. The middle drawing, dated 2023, is demonstrating boundaries we are approaching, so the carrying capacity of the biosphere. So we are now approaching the limits. And our coexistence of the man with the biosphere will depend whether the limit will be crossed or not. And later, this drawing is showing that in 2023, targets has been replaced by the UN. So those unrelated squares have been replaced by drawings that indicate that water comes first. So all sustainability objectives depend on water. Our security, the likelihood of elimination of conflicts depends on water. And why restoration? Because the river is a system which has massive regeneration potential. If we are taking the pressure off the river, it will be restored. It will bounce back immediately. But restoration is a very difficult process, very often impossible if the river has been degraded. Okay, so 4 elements which are extremely important. So restoration versus climate change. Restoration, reducing the influx of contamination. And it's not only about the beauty of nature, but we want waters to clean themselves. We know that rivers and corridors are not only forming biodiversity of habitats, but it also facilitates the exchange of genetic pools. And what is the contribution of TEH? Well, the catchment perspective is the key contribution because it demonstrates that if we want to effectively restore. So TEH says that water, if it's most important, all investments and management must improve not only the quality of water, but bioproductivity, biodiversity, benefits for the society, and resilience, the ability to flexibly react, because the system will become more and more unstable in very different ways. It will be dependent on demand and climate. So if we are facing 4 challenges, why do we have those challenges? Because TEH is bringing together hydrology and ecology, but also new properties of systems that are emerging. in transdisciplinary science must be converted into innovative solutions. And innovative solutions, if we collaborate with decision makers with proactive legislation, which is not only punishing, but is also stimulating and incentivizing implementation of innovative solutions. And if we include the wide public, the society, by education and culture, culture is much more than education. We do not only need to educate, and this is something I advocate to the media. Media should take a more ambitious approach to the narrative about the links of man with the nature. And the first rule of eco-hydrology, look at precipitation. This is Sulejowski Reservoir, and this is precipitation in millimeters. With 400 millimeters of precipitation, rivers stop flowing. So look at the level of 400 and nearly 800 millimeters. We do not only have to invest in industry and agriculture, we need to plan for this river differently. Piasek municipality, different slopes, different altitude, and we have clay, not sand. Of course, we need to take the soil into consideration. Geology. Systems may buffer unstable climate, and they should be configured in the catchment areas in such way to ensure optimum operations of the restored land. Purification plants, the smaller the sewage plant, the worse it operates, and we need to see that if we have such facilities upriver, because our biotechnology systems could be used to purify stormwaters, for example. And Professor Isidorczyk came up with this model. So this is spatial distribution of pollution, so we can see rivers and brooks with high impact of pastures and farmland, and we need to take a very different approach here than in case of greenlands. So this is the first rule in hydrology, setting the stage, not to waste any money. I'm not going to discuss the second or the third rule, but together with you as colleagues, we were trying to explain what happens when we have a natural river or restored river with natural cycles, with sediment build-up, etc. So the tendency to have homogenized agricultural areas is best exemplified by the Pilica River. For example, we have sand on the banks. Even artificial fertilizers are not able to compensate for this loss. There will be negative processes that will take the toll on profits of the farmer, and data of the institute indicate that you can lose as much as 30% of fertilizers if you don't have buffer zone, if you don't have so if you don't have buffers, there's no point in restoring this reservoir, because how much water are you going to retain? Just, and this will just put the burden on the environment. And let me continue with linear contamination. This is the upper run of Bzura River. So there is a lot of algae which is blooming because algae come into reaction with sediments, but when we installed separators previously there was no room for such systems to be installed, and as a result of biomanipulation we have reduced contamination 20 times, and it's a fairly economic solution. Of course it must be matched to different tasks and situation. So in 2018 it was best of the best for the EC in Life Plus scheme, in Life Plus program, and now retention for the river to flow. Professor Parasiewicz will be telling us how big a toll is taken by dividing river. The mayor of the city of Łask had a plan of building a dam on the local river, but then he asked me, is this reservoir going to bloom? And my analysis proved that there is very high concentration of nitrogen and phosphorus in the area, and instead of building a leisure reservoir, they would have a reservoir of blooming algae. And the river was left wild, but swimming areas were delimited, and its waters are much cleaner right now because there is a filtration system that has been put in place. Wetlands have been revived, and the flow of the river has been optimized. Right now 3 times the volume of water is pumped into groundwater, so when river levels are low, it is fed by groundwaters. And now let's go back to river continuum metabolism. Why is it important? Research into metabolism of Lubrzanka River in Świętokrzyskie Mountains. We have woods in the area, and we can see how oxygen metabolism looks like. The river flows onto a meadow, and we have temperature changes. There are changes, minor changes in oxygen. There is no periphyton like we've seen before. And what is happening where we have gravel with periphyton, we have huge fluctuation of oxygen, which may be dangerous to fish. So you can see how important it is to check river continuum metabolism when we want to restore a river. So we have farmland, we have leisure areas, and probably sewage is pumped into the river, and we need to make sure what is happening at night, because sometimes you have sewage flowing into the river even from a sewage treatment plant. So oxygen metabolism needs to be checked in daily cycle. Geology is weaken complex phosphorus compounds which are released during the circulation of nutrients to feed the fauna of the river. So restoration of rivers is an enhancement, is boosting the potential of the river, and we are to boost the potential of the habitat. We can create a habitat that will have bigger environmental potential, and we should also make sure whether a tippet truck loaded with limestone would not come handy. Dr. Łapińska wrote in her doctoral thesis we have shaded channels, little biomass and very little biodiversity. And if we have more light, we have more biodiversity. And again, this is a very important factor, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. Together with Dr. Puchalski, we conducted an experiment. He is the chief expert in algae. There was a shaded section of the river with no fish. There were hazelnut trees. I could not find an explanation, so I've invited Puchalski. Red algae, which need little light, were there. And even if it's a beautiful habitat, if you don't have the entire spiral, there is no food, there are no nutrients, and the system is not self-cleaning itself. So in this shaded element, which resembled catchment area of farmland, when we added biogenes, look, diatoms, which are building the chain, self-purification starts. What translates into productivity and the trophic chain extends. So when we are restoring the river, we are checking the oxygen metabolism, limestone and shade, not to shut down the river in a dark channel. Okay, this is something I've checked with my colleagues because trout was reintroduced at the source. And for 2 years, brown trout grew from 4 to 20 grams, so very little growth. And it grew up elsewhere in the river. The fish grew up to 200 grams, but there is fertile land around it, but mortality rate was 95%, or the survival rate was 95%. So fish are growing slower, faced by biotic pressure, and biotic pressure is also related to the presence of predators. That's why we have higher pressure in other sections of the river. Again, a fragment of Dr. Łapińska's doctoral thesis, a comparison of highland and lowland liver. We have hollows and riffle, and we have different biomass. So pilot study needs to be implemented to optimize this setup of this riverbed. And last but not least, development of a systemic solution where you have very different eco-hydrological solutions, and restoration is the key component. Why? Because in the catchment area we need to retain contamination and erosion, and because in this river we have tens and hundreds of streams and brooks, and it's the most economic way to improve their environmental potential, because if they are degraded, you can do nothing. You'll be always struggling with huge dams and reservoirs, and large rivers won't be savable. And with small rivers, you can undo negative consequences in several weeks' time. This book will be published. It's transdisciplinary, and it describes in greater detail all processes I have described, and of course articles are available in eco-hydrology, hydrobiology paper.
Mistrz, profesor Maciej Zalewski.
The champion, the master, Professor Maciej Zalewski. The times are very difficult for the media, just like for the natural environment. Unfortunately, it's easier to write a text with a title. You won't believe what happened. You read, nothing happened, but you've clicked. I must admit that I'm trying to remedy those errors of the media. I would like to invite you to the podcast Healthy River, because there are a lot of good things about rivers and nature. The second master, second champion, Przemysław Nawrocki, WWF Poland. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to concentrate a little bit more on humans and not the river, because of the fact that restoration, which means reintroduction of natural elements to the ecosystem of a river and its value, requires, of course, interdisciplinary knowledge. This is outside of any discussion. The two previous presentations were about it, but it is also always a social process. And in our conditions in Poland, it still requires going against the tide. And in order for it to succeed, it necessitates the involvement of many people of goodwill. And I would like to talk about such people, presenting to you several stories related to broadly understood restorations. So, in this case, the classic restoration that we've been working on for over 30 years. The first concept arose in 1992, the international expert group financed by WWF from donors in the Netherlands, Sweden and Germany. It turned out that restoration of the middle part of Biebrza cannot be done only within the limits of the park. We have to go outside of the park. How to do it? Some employees of the Biebrza National Park created organization Pracownia Architektury Żywej, Living Architecture Workshop, in order to realize restoration also outside of the park. This organization has been supported by WWF in the amount of 100,000 Swiss francs in order to develop technical design of restoration, which facilitated later the park in its new social and political reality, to acquire several millions zlotys for restoration from the EU's Life Plus Fund, supported by EcoFund. Additionally, Polish Waters started to help the two investments on the Rudzki Canal outside of the park that mitigate potential conflict between restoration and farmers. And the effect is that in 4 days, for the first time since 70 years, the water will flow through Martwy Ełk, the lower part of the Ełk, which is the dead Ełk part that disappeared because of 19th century constructions for river regulation. And it is thanks to this hydrotechnical undertaking, huge undertaking, which at first glance nobody would connect it to restoration, actually. Another example, greening of the Bób River regulation near Wojanowa. This is not a typical example because it was about a river partially regulated already in 19th century, partially natural, that was facing the threat of regulation. This was a lost cause because there were already Skanska diggers there, but we've succeeded. We've succeeded in excluding this part of the natural riverbed of Bób River from that regulation, and we also managed to do that thanks to very active support from the local community. We've managed to change the method of regulating this river, and this was possible thanks to the support for a last chance dialogue at the last minute between the social side and Wrocław authorities. This support was granted by the former director of Water Management Department, the former Ministry of the Environment. We have the director and right now the CEO in the room with us. Thanks to the fact that he has supported the idea of dialogue, WWF mediation was possible. It was possible to fund a few experts' reports, and in the effect, next to this very classical tough regulation, the riverbed, trapeze, concrete, we've managed to introduce restoration elements in the shape of 11 fake riffles. Skanska's work were delayed, and in the effect, the river had the restoration element introduced, which functions very well, actually, especially from the perspective of the protection of rare and quite numerous species in this river.
Przedsięwzięcie to
The third example was unblocking of the Biała Tarnowska ecological corridor. This was thanks to a very charismatic project initiator from the Regional Water Management Authority in Krakow, and its worthy successes. There was a grant from WWF in the amount of 100,000 zlotys to fund 3 of the 4 technical projects for the ecological unblocking of barriers on the river. And thanks to those technical projects, it was possible to get almost 40 million zloty from the European funds. Thanks to these 39 million, we were able to finance additional 15 technical projects and implement the second stage of the project, also for EU fund money. So in the end, the entire Biała Tarnowska is working, and this project was also noticed on the international arena. It obtained the prestigious international award, Fish Passages, in 2022. The fourth example is about the systemic solution, introduction into the Polish law of protected areas for aquatic species of economic importance. Usually such areas created based on the Framework Water Directive were developed in the areas of estuaries for the protection on different types of species, like oysters and or mussels, and there was the argument was that in Poland there are no aquatic species of economic importance in Poland, but this is actually the opposite. Poland does have quite big resources of species with economic importance, like those diadromous fish species. We used to have the biggest in Baltic population of the brown trout, for instance, and the initiative to create such an area on the rivers, this was the initiative of WWF and the Institute of Inland Fisheries, was to protect and rebuild the national resource, which are those fish species, which are very important in the Baltic and also for recreation for anglers. So there was a concept developed together with the WWF and this So Institute of Inland Fisheries, how to do it, which species should be taken into consideration. And in the end, thanks to very hard work of the officials in the Ministry of Agriculture in the Department of Fisheries, after 10 years, these areas were actually created by the ordinance of the Minister of Agriculture. And this is the scope, this range of those areas. So these are the rivers which, due to their economic importance, have to be treated as a priority against degradation by regulation of rivers or some barriers in the rivers. This should be one of the priorities of restoration, also insofar as potential spawning areas for these fish species. 14 with creating together by WWF and the Poznań University of Life Sciences the most valuable rivers and streams in Poland. We wanted to know what is the hydromorphological state of rivers in Poland in order to be able to protect those rivers better. The rivers which are natural or are of a high natural state, and they do deserve not to be under any additional pressure. And so we would know which rivers would give the greatest opportunity for restoration. So this is the first effect of these works. This is the so-called visual assessment. And we've managed to, well, it seemed impossible. We had at our disposal just a few months, and we were able to assess the hydromorphological state of almost 68,000 2-kilometer river sections. And this is the final effect of the first stage of the assessment. The red color on the map means that these rivers are in a bad hydromorphological state. And great surprise, a big concentration of those rivers are in the east of the country, not in the west, as we would suspect. And as an answer to the result of our works that we've treated as a social input, social contribution to the discussion on the creation of the national program for the river management, the National Water Management Authority, in response to the results of this assessment and the examples of river destruction caused by the so-called maintenance works and unjustified river regulation, there was a mandatory element, non-mandatory element, which was the development of national program for the restoration of surface waters. And this program was perfectly, in my opinion, developed, thanks to the fact, among other things, that the team that worked on this program has done much more that was required. We have in the room the manager of this team and many members of this group of experts who have done something really unique. We have right now a complex framework concept for restoration of the most important water courses. So this is 1/3 of the water courses in Poland insofar as the river continuum. So this is very important because it covers at the same time 50% of the surface of water courses. We have an excellent guide for the water restoration. And concluding these stories, both at the level of field projects and systemic solutions, are successful thanks to the commitment of numerous people of goodwill who, first of all, possess extensive knowledge, but also are able to learn through doing. Learning by doing, require a lot of involvement, commitment for many years that doesn't take years, rather decades in many cases. And first of all, they are prepared to do far more than is required of them as employees of government departments, scientific institutions, or civil society organizations. So we have to invite politicians to the ranks of people of goodwill. First of all, there is an urgency insofar as Water Law Act, especially the catalogue of maintenance works. Right now in this catalogue there only exclusively activities that have a negative impact on the river ecosystem. And it's very easy to broaden this catalog with those measures which are in the National Plan for Restoration of Surface Waters. So we are talking about this for over 10 years, but for reasons which are not understood, there's no decision to change the Water Law Act. There is some resolution of the State Council for Environmental Protection, and this is known to the ministries what WWF has done. There are ready proposals for legal solutions. It's enough to take a political decision to finally do it. Additionally, as we say, if we don't know what it's about money. For restoration, for river restoration to become really as universal practice, funds for restoration should be just as available as for those that are destructive. So for maintenance, for regulations, for retention reservoirs, or recreation reservoirs, and etc., etc. Our assessment shows that we are degrading river ecosystems much faster compared to restoration of those rivers. But if money was available, as easily available for restoration, it could be different. And a very important thing is to ensure small and easily accessible means for starting restoration projects. This theme appears very often in those stories that I have shown to you. These were those small amounts, relatively small, that WWF had to initiate processes like restoration in the field or some systemic solutions that also require experts' work. And in the end, my suggestion to write together a letter to the Minister of Infrastructure, signed by the members, by the participants of the conference in this very difficult and hurting matters. But the most important thing for me right now is that recalling these stories mean this is an opportunity to thank many people of goodwill, especially those who have had their contribution in the success of those restoration projects that I've talked about, and many others. I would like to thank also anonymous donors from many European countries and from Poland for the fact that for 30 years they have been supporting WWF in the activities for the protection and restoration of Polish rivers. And because I've managed to become, to grow gray hair, taking care of rivers, I would like to wish to the generation of my children and grandchildren a lot of successes in the area of river restoration, and especially so they lead to the situation that restoration will become an activity on a mass scale and not only heroic battle for us all. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, mistrzu. Mistrz Przemysław Nawrocki, WWF Polska. Dziękuję.
Przemysław Nawrocki, WWF Poland, and the third master, justification for the need for a consistent understanding of river processes. We have the master or the champion Józef Jeleński. He's not with us, but he prepared a film for us, and since this is like a cinema, this is a perfect situation. Please, currently the reason for the lack of interest in river geomorphology, which remains outside the scope of interest of water and environmental authorities. The first international event in Poland focusing on the need to revitalize rivers for fish was organized at the invitation of the Institute of Water Engineering and Management at the Krakow University of Technology in 1999. It was a seminar entitled Parameters of Trout Streams and Their Practical Implementation. Institute invited Mr. Donald Duff, a representative of the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Forest Service, to give a lecture. At that time, he was advising the Irish Fisheries Board on behalf of Trout Unlimited regarding the revitalization of the Salmon River basins of the Moy, Corrib and Erith rivers, funded by the European Union. The lecture addressed the need to apply river geomorphology to the characterization of rivers. For some time, river restoration was understood as a specific method of river regulation. In Poland, it was not until the Ministry of Environment's 2005 document Principles of Good Practice in the Maintenance of Rivers and Mountain Streams that the following was included amongst other things. An excellent chapter 4 by Professor Bartłomiej Wyżga, which included the historical background to the lowering of riverbeds and its consequences, the need to take natural rivers as a model and avoid the development of mountain and upland rivers, the indication of the necessity to restore the ecological continuity of rivers, including the removal of weirs and dams, the use of fish passes, and the replenishment of bedload below impoundments. Recommended the designation of free-flowing river corridors where restoration takes place through the inclusion of parts of flood-prone areas within the corridor. First and foremost, the title itself indicated that rivers should not be regulated or built upon, but rather that their natural state should be preserved. And it was proposed that river maintenance practices be adapted accordingly. The practical implementation of the principle was delayed due to the permanent closure of the Water Resources Department within the Ministry of the Environment, without it being replaced by any other department anywhere. This led to a lack of state responsibility for the management of natural water resources. Work on free migration corridors progressed along the border section of the order. WWF, in collaboration with the Regional Water Management Authority in Gliwice, whilst the Regional Water Management Authority in Kraków worked independently on the Biała Tarnowska River and in cooperation with the Fishing Association on the Upper Raba and Krzczonówka rivers, where the project's aim was precisely to restore the river's autonomy. The Association of Towns and Municipalities of the Parseta River Basin has been restoring the entire river basin for years. At the same time, the reform program was being implemented across the European Union and concluded in 2015 at the conference in the Netherlands, and speakers from the conference were invited in September 2016 to an international conference in Kraków entitled Towards Best Practices in River Maintenance and restoration. From 2012 until 2020, various teams continued to implement revitalization or restoration projects. Between 2005 and 2020, numerous publications and programs were produced on maintenance for the purpose of restoration until the new standard, PNEN 14614, was published in 2000. Water quality guidelines for the assessment of the hydromorphological characteristics of rivers. In force since 2021. It states that a broad understanding of rivers is needed in the context of global challenges such as climate change to address the many environmental issues arising from the European Water Framework Directive, the Habitats Directive, and the Floods Directive, to support the Convention on Biological Diversity, or to assess engineering works and the effectiveness of revitalization plans and other river basin management measures. Today we find ourselves in a situation where the assessment of ecological status is legally carried out on the basis of numerical indicators. However, descriptions of the hydromorphological characteristics of rivers for revitalization planning should be carried out in detail in accordance with the current Polish standards, so that it is clear to all parties involved in the implementation process what specifically needs to be improved and to what extent. There were also descriptions of river types, abiotic with numerical codes 2004, type characteristic sheets with letter codes containing descriptions of all status assessment parameters in 2015, which made it possible to define reference conditions for rivers and streams and could therefore serve as a basis for measures taken in rivers in a way that does not cause their condition to deteriorate. A breakthrough in the use of reference descriptions was brought about by a widely available publication from 2014 edited by Weronika Dam, which compiled hydromorphological descriptions of all river types, including methods for determining the minimum and maximum width of the river development corridor of each type. To sum up, the contemporary European literature on river restoration cited in Polish publications is readily available and should be referred to during the river revitalization process by all parties involved in implementing these plans, namely the initiators, investors, funding bodies, supervisory authorities and contractors for the successive stages of the investment process, including, first of all, calls for proposals for the terms of reference, and the second thing, tenders for detailed design documentation or conservation, revitalization, restoration program. It should also be emphasized that in all countries implementing restoration programs, it is stressed that the need for such programs stems from a deficit of riverbed material caused by the transformation of rivers for agricultural drainage purposes. It is worth noting that it is easiest to restore rivers that have been little affected by human-induced changes to their original form. Heavily altered sections of watercourses are difficult to revitalize and restore, and often even at great cost. It is not possible to restore their original shape and characteristics.
Proszę Państwa,
So, Master Józef Jeleński and his video, bravo, and he narrated the movie himself. I don't know if you've realized, but it's been lunch break since half an hour ago. And we started later than we should. We had lots of wonderful speakers who spoke extensively, and I think it's a good result that we are just a half an hour late. So I think it's time to have lunch. You will hear the clangor of cranes in the background. That's the sign that you need to go back to the conference room.
Bardzo miłe.
Jeszcze zrobię ostatnie.
Okay, so I'm going to make the last round to bring people back into the room, and I'm coming back.
Ostatnie zgarnięcie robię.
Moim zdaniem
Startujemy, nie? Halo, halo.
Hello. Take a seat. Hello. This gentleman in front of me, can you take a seat? Thank you. Okay, so we are closing the door and we are redirecting latecomers. Okay, on Teams in peak time, we had 130 people joining us remotely. So bravo to our remote participants. On Teams, 130 people at peak times in the room. We have approximately 140 people if you have not registered. And if you don't have your ID badge yet, please do, because we've got more people in the room than badges we've distributed, and we need to have, numbers aligned. We had scrummy lunch. We made up for 3 minutes. Okay, so the second session of the day, it's 2:30, so we are halfway through the second session. So restoration of rivers does not equal rewilding, so I'm going to call different speakers. Coming first, Ewa Szalkiewicz, Wody Polskie, the river continuum concept. Okay, so thank you very much. Ewelina Szałkiewicz. I work for Wody Polskie, and it's a pleasure to be here and present. And before we get on with my presentation about the restoration of rivers, I would like to discuss the river continuum concept as an introduction to further deliberations on restoration of rivers. But before I do that, let me discuss the dynamic balance of rivers, which is important in the context of continuum. So it's based on the concept on dynamic river balance. This concept came together in 1950s. Haddock and Leopold stated that rivers have the state of equilibrium, and they were creating formulas based on the flow width, depth and the speed. They have identified different gradients. For example, the flow increases along the river course, and increase of the speed translates into bigger width. So if those gradients are present, the river remains in dynamic equilibrium. And if there are any changes, for example, as a result of construction of the course, it will be adapting its course and features to restore the balance. And let me get on with the river continuum concept. if we have dynamic equilibrium of rivers and if we have dynamic equilibrium of living organisms along the riverbanks. So we have specific habitats, and in those habitats we attract specific types of living organisms. So to recap the definition of the concept, it's fair to say that it describes the structure and functioning of riverside habitats as a response to physical conditions. And it's a continuum because physical parameters, by definition, are changing continuously. And we will have very changing habitats of living organisms. On the left, on the right, I do apologize. Okay, on this side, you can see that we have continuum in a true sense. We can have interrupted continuity related to the soil or estuaries, and along the river, the channel width will be varying. The concept was described by Vanot and others in 1980, and interestingly, it was a very innovative approach to rivers, because usually authors were just focusing on sections of the rivers, and Vanot decided to do something else. He analyzed the entire river, so this marked a very innovative approach. And analyzing this diagram, it's fair to say that we have the upriver section, the mid-river section, and the downstream section of the river. And we have small, mid-sized, and big rivers, which account for different tributaries. And we have a different sequence because this is an American figure, so we have different order of stream sizes. And upstream, we have shadowed riverbed, and as a result, we have coarse organic matter because there is vegetation, CPOM, so leaves, twigs, etc. And secondly, we have shade, so original production is smaller than respiration. We don't have macrophytes as many as in the mid-course of the river. And along the river, we see fine particular organic matter transported, which is decomposed from the coarse particulate organic matter. And if you look at the mid-river course, the situation is changing because we don't have so much shade, and the original production is higher than respiration. And secondly, we don't have an influx of fine particulate organic matter, of course, particulate organic matter, but we have FPOM coming in. And coming up to the downstream section, we have the biggest quantity of fine particulate organic matter. We have phytoplankton, we have dominant elements. And what is important, this diagram shows in a very generic manner the circulation of organic matter in the river system, and depending on how those different elements distributed, we will have different groups of macroinvertebrates in the upper section of the bed of the river course, we will have the dominant section of filtrators and collections, as well as shredders, which are shredding coarse organic matter downstream. We are going to have the dominant part of filtrators and collectors, and instead of shredders, we have grazers grazing periphyton on the surface. So if you look at the bottom section, dominating group includes collectors. So the continuum of organic matter determines different groups of macroinvertebrates found along the river course. We'll have macrophytes and different fish depending on the continuum. So such dynamic approach to vegetation habitats is very handy because it suggests that functions and the structure of the habitat is adapted to physical features. So the quantity for organic matter, temperature, and you probably wonder, how does it relate to restoration of rivers? Such projects are based on this concept to predict which organism will be found along the riverbed and what habitats may be introduced in different sections. This concept also stresses the importance of continuum for migration of fish, for transport of organic matter and sediments. Very often restoration activities are focused on eliminating barriers. What happens upstream has major impact on the quality of water and everything located downstream, because you have the continuum of transportation of sediment, circulation of living organism, which is why restoration should be focused on catchment areas. And right now, I would like to focus on evolution of the approach to restoration. For example, we did not always know that restoration should be process-driven. Originally, it should be focused on restoration of the ecosystem to the original state, defined by the quality of water and presence of specific habitats. But when I was embarking on my doctoral thesis, and I've stated that I want to specialize in restoration, I was often criticized. Restoration? This is restoration of the original state, which cannot be defined. And there was a common belief that the concept is wrong, that it's groundless. And yes, it's true, we don't know which original state should be reintroduced. Right now, we have habitat state approach. We are focusing on the channel and the bed. We are changing the profile of the river. This is Flinta River, which now features deflectors, and this is change in meanders several years on. Even this habitat state approach is not solving the entire problem, because we are eliminating degradation, not its cause, which is why process-based approach was introduced into the academic dispute, and the most spectacular restoration projects are now process-based. So restoration should restore continuum of the ecosystem, transportation of sediments and organic matter, because we are addressing the problem, not only its cause. So we do know that restoration should be process-based, but the only way to ensure success of restoration is to reconcile social expectations and processes I've mentioned before. And I would like to stress that future restoration projects should embrace this social aspect. What has been scientifically proven, it has been described by different restoration centers and scientific publications. So thank you very much.
Tej kwestii prawo
And so for us left and right, when I'm standing like this, you can see that the right is here, where there was the red dot, but it's difficult to differentiate. Thank you very much to Ewelina Szałkiewicz. And now, restoration of rivers, the basic rules and examples. Ilona Biedroń, please join us. Hello, everyone. I don't know if I've said hello to everyone. For sure, I was very happy to see you all. But yes, a lot has been said already. This is why it's going to be easier for me. And what I'll say, for sure, will be supplemented or confirmed, or maybe there will be some new things added to it afterwards. But usually when I talk to people about river restoration, I start meetings with the question, why shall we do that at all? So actually, why we should restore rivers? Because the fact is that river restoration is recreating the good hydromorphological state, so we can have a good state of waters, a good ecological state of waters, because a river in a good ecological state is a functional river. It's a river that regulates the circulation of water in nature and mitigates the effects of drought and floods. This is why the slogans that you see here from one of the meetings, training meetings that I have run, the main thing that pops up is responsibility, more water for future generations, because the effects of restoration mean there is much more. It's not only for the environment, it's not only for nature. But let's repeat the definition of restoration that Ewelina has stressed here nicely. Restoration, river restoration, it's not correction, it's an action, supporting action aimed at restoring the condition or natural processes that we have lost because of transformation of the ecosystem, degradation, damage, or destruction. And rivers, just like human beings, and Professor Zalewski mentioned that, have the ability to regenerate naturally. And depending on how badly the ecosystem is degraded, this is how we approach the healing of the river. If this is an ecosystem with a low level of deformation, for instance, an ecosystem that had some maintenance work done, if we don't need to continue these, it's enough to leave it in peace, and the river will regenerate on its own. But ladies and gentlemen, the more the patient is ill and the more the ecosystem is degraded, then we have to involve more activities, more measures. Also, many rivers, a big majority of rivers in Poland, which results from the national plan of restoration of surface waters, requires all these activities. The reconstruction of ecosystems, which is like an operating table, operating theater, and supporting activities so that the ecosystems can continue to self-regenerate. What I've presented to you results from the guide, restoration guide of waters, the guide of good practices for restoration of surface waters under Paweł Pawlaczek. He will be actually closing this session. Hundreds of pages information about what restoration is, what is it about, a catalog of activities within restoration for surface waters, so rivers and lakes, etc. Well, I'm supposed to finish in 15 minutes, and this is what I've invented myself. I know that all other speakers love me for that. I really liked when during training Paweł talked about this guide in the following way. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, actually these principles of river restoration is add, delete, allow. So let's continue. So add to the river whatever it's missing. This is the first rule. It was already said. What can we add to the river? When the river is overgrown, usually this is the effect of the fact that there is no shade. So the best thing to do, yeah, Michał Bień is fidgeting because yes, this is your tree. You've planted this tree. And it's actually circled, so we can see that this is a new planting. So this tree next to the river, this is the shade, which doesn't allow for excess growth of vegetation. It also cools the water. It's nicer for the fish because they use so much energy for breathing as we use for thinking. So it's worth remembering about it. I think it was during one of the podcasts of Healthy River. This is what I've heard. But the number of trees at the river embankments, we don't plant them like in a park. There are methods, there are rules how we should do it, what we should take into consideration, where we should plant the trees, because another important function of such riparian trees is very important, because the root system of the trees, it's like a natural band against the lateral erosion of the shores. So what we can add to the river is dead wood. So here we have an example from Otten River. This is one of the posters that I've prepared for you. A wonderful chalk stream here. This is natural tree, a natural habitat. This is like a paradise for fish, but such a dead wood in a river, it also supports the function of self-purification because the water is flowing differently in a more dynamic way, and it's oxygenated. And the trees, we can do it in an engineering way. There are natural deflectors that will support the process of re-meandering of the river. What we can add to the river is something that we've mentioned many times from the very beginning. So the missing material in the river, and we can feed the river. And here it was said already that below the barriers we can fill the gaps with a refill that can be a natural spawning ground for the fish, or build a gravel mound, I don't know, 1 meter high, quite big, because this is done in Campinos, where, well, it's a canal actually, it's not a river. Łasica for sure is a canal, but in the planning documents it has a status of a natural river. I do not believe it in Łasica in order to increase the moisture, not of Łasica itself, but the peatlands and the marshlands, I'm sorry. This increased prism, increasing the water level in the riverbed and also the groundwater in the valley. The second rule, get rid of whatever the river doesn't need. So everybody is thinking, what is it about? Okay, dam removal, but this is not about actually getting rid of all types of dams that have the function to create a reservoir that we use, but dam removal, it's about removal of barriers, and quite symbolic is getting rid of barriers in Estonia. This is a dam, Sindi Dam on Parnava River, 2018, but this dam, or this weir that you see on this picture, this is just one picture. I'm standing next to the river and there is a beach here because in the past there used to be this big weir, there was a big factory, and now the river can flow because this is the mouth of the river almost. So the river was freed for the fish. And the fish, which we would call the economic fish. We can get rid also of the embankments. Of course, this depends where we can allow for that, like getting rid of flood defenses. Usually it does protect something, so I think that more justified case is to push the flood defenses from the river, away from the river, like involve municipality where this flood defense was pushed back. Well, first it was built and only afterwards they put some gaps or holes in the first one. The polder works and there will be presentations. Przemek Nawrocki talked about it, but we will mention it during subsequent days, which is important that building or creating a bigger space for river in the river valley, so floodwaters go there, is diminishing the flood risk for those who are below. So, for instance, for some developed areas. We can get rid of a barrier in the shape of a culvert which is too small and dangerous for engineering objects. So getting rid of such barriers means reconstruction of a culvert to have a wider culvert. Also, the velocity is diminished. The structure is more stable, and if we design it well, it can have a benefit impact on the migration of animals that live in the river, but also those who take advantage of the river. Another issue, similar activity, is getting rid of barriers, additional barriers like embankments that are not necessary, because if there is nothing next to it, then such structures are supposed to defend, then we can allow the river to create its own riverbed. And the last rule, let's allow the river to be a river, but we need to know what the river consists of. And we have an image from a catalog of good practices for management works and regulation undertakings that we have developed in 2018, which has become a basis for other works, like the one mentioned earlier, the national program for restoring of surface waters. And here you can see what the river is. It's not a simple channel, it's a river which has diverse width. There are trees growing at the banks, and those that are growing on the concave banks, they stabilize the banks with their root systems. There's woody debris, there are islands, there are backwaters or stagnant waters. All this should be included in the river. I'm talking about allowing a river to be a river. It's not possible not to mention the protagonist of this conference. So Narewka River, that was allowed to meander, starting from this very simplified channel, thanks to great work and involvement of the various stakeholders. Tomorrow you'll be able to see this river up close. I think that re-meandering is even more difficult compared to restoring as a word, but I think that it's very important for rivers, especially in a peatland, when they go through a peatland, because the effect of this work of re-meandering, this is something that you'll see tomorrow. Professor Lamentowicz will show it, and you'll be cheering him or maybe even helping him in drilling and checking how wet is this peatland or marshland. So concluding, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted you to remember one thing from this part of the presentation. I wanted you to draw some knowledge not only about river restoration and what river restoration is about, but also so you're aware of the fact that restoration is not a project. Restoration, river restoration, ladies and gentlemen, is a process, and in this process, restoration project is just one of the elements of the process. Of course, the one that we believe that its effects will be visible and we'll see whatever we expect, but very often the path is very long, starting with the initiations, with the idea, with the preparation to really restore. And what Evelina stressed, that social participation, co-creation of the river restoration projects, with the acceptance of the community, with the participation of various actors. This is of key essence, because river restoration is a means that helps us in climate challenges and will strengthen our resilience. This is why it's important for the decisions in the restoration process to be smart, to be wise, so they support and strengthen our water safety. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ilona Biedroń. The State Research Institute. Very often I wonder, why do speakers do it and introduce, they are meandering, they are introducing and using such words in their presentations, but Ilona does not mispronounce this word even once. Okay, so river valley peatlands are key areas in ensuring the country's water security. Mariusz Lamentowicz of Poznań University. Thank you very much. I love discussing peatlands and rivers. Most peatlands I've worked on were not located in rivers, but I've just realized recently that I know little about river peatlands. So in terms of biogenic sediments, and today I'm in a very good position because we are going out to the field tomorrow, and everything I'm going to show you on my slide, you will be able to touch and smell it tomorrow. So it gives me massive joy. But first, let's talk about what is peat. Most of us know it, but we should repeat that it's partially decomposed organic matter in situ where plants once grew. These are macro remains of plants, and river peatlands are the history of rivers and different distortions. For example, in Gvda Valley, you can read the history of the river in the past several centuries. So peats and rivers. So river valley peatlands are peatlands in different shapes of form. Most of them are fens. I'm going to dynamically click on my slides to show you several examples. We are familiar with Narew peatlands or Rozpuda peatlands or Biebrza peatlands, but in Pomerania and in other places in Poland, we have mid-sized rivers which are flowing across peatlands. Very often, those peatlands contain other sediments, and I'm going to show you examples like this. Wstążka Valley in Tucholskie Woods, Brda, whose meandering course contains a high level of biogenic sediments. So Wstążka River in Pomerania, seen from the top, Rakutówka River near the fantastic bogland of Rakutowskie Lęk, and Trojan Biebrzańska River, one of the most picturesque rivers close to Poznań. This is Cybina Valley, a tiny river which is flowing into River Warta. It contains lots of biogenic sediments, organic matter, man-made. This is Kicińska Struga, which possibly in the future will be saved because there are plans to build a reservoir in the neighborhood. I've called the next river Murowana, the walled-up river. Why? Because on the left, on your right, you will see mound-like peatland and Gvda, which is flowing across organic matter. So let's go back to basics. 1.6 million, this is the area of Polish peatland. Most of them are fens, and most of fens are also river valley peatlands. I know that there are many papers from the 1950s and 1960s about peatlands, but we know very little about peat, which is why it's fair to say that those resources are little known. We definitely need more studies and papers, and maps of organic deposits are insufficient because drilling did not go very deep, and possibly Biebrzańarew, Rozpuda, Noteć, and there are lots of tiny rivers, rivulets and streams flowing in biogenic beds. And for example, Stanisław Kulczyński was describing peatland of Polesie and local ecosystems where biogenic deposits were accumulated. There are many studies related to peat science. For example, Stanisław Żurek, who wrote about the origins of peatlands in Biebrza River Valley. Why do we talk about peat thickness? We have no detailed data. Most of you will agree. I've tried to dig up all available data, and to be frank, availability information, especially up-to-date information, is very limited. So we are talking about peat as raw material. So we are not exploiting peatlands anymore. We are trying to restore them, but most data come from 1950s to 1970s, while newer data is needed to restore nature. We need computations related to carbon content in ecosystems, carbon offsets, and carbon emissions from different organic habitats. And very often we do not know what is the thickness of sites we are hydrating, and because we have no such data at hand, investments such as reservoirs are very often built in river valleys, or somewhere where we have streams. Geotechnical companies very often call them silt deposits, not peat. Okay, I've helped myself with modern technology, so 2 or 3 slides have been put together by AI, but this shows the context. If we are hydrating an area with high peat thickness, it's a different story when it comes to hydration potential. So the history, distortions, destruction may be very painful. I'm talking about the history of an ecosystem with a very thin layer of peat, and it's quite unlikely to change it to improve it. It's our choice. We can also protect something that would vanish in a while, drilling. A handful of photographs. Tomorrow I'll try to do the same thing. It's physical work, quite heavy. Sometimes we're drilling down to 10 meters deep. Okay, so let me speed up the recording. We're drilling up to 12 meters, but this is not a river valley peatland. In river valleys, the thickness is usually smaller, but it requires very intense testing. This is the Brda Valley. We can see evidence of flooding. In case of river valleys, that's history you can drill. What do we get out in the field? Very often when we go with students out to the field, with people who rarely go out to work, it looks like dirty work. So very well preserved moss. At the time, it was a happy and healthy peatland. This moss is more decomposed, and the third specimen is very decomposed moss. This is how we obtain data that we all need. As a result, we can describe the peat core. That's information we would like to get. This is the botanic makeup of the core. And you can generate the profile of peat, and not only that, because most Polish rivers are flowing in beds that used to be lakes before, that are founded on limestone. For example, Stożka riverbed, that's the transect, and most of the profile shows that long time ago there used to be a lake. So we would be standing in front of a lake. So this is the origin of wetlands. Everything depends on which point in time we will focus on, and we can go back in time by looking at remains of vegetation. You can find rare species, Cnidium sicintum, remains of ferns, a very rare fern species that used to be a frequent sight 100 or 150 years ago. If you want to learn more, you can slice it like sausage into slices and put each slice under the microscope. It's hard toil, but it's going to provide you with lots of information about the history of the peatland in the past 1,000 years. So let's come back. The thickness of peat does not only provide you with information about the content of biogenic sediments, but also will provide you about information about the climate. For example, carbon deposits accumulated for 1,000 years, so you can also restore the habitat. And very often, when we check what is the context, what is the content of the rotted remains, you can identify whether there is a possibility to restore the peatland. So thin peat may be indifferent to hydration, while thick peat enables you to retain water like a sponge. So vegetation is okay, but the most important sources of information for hydration of also riverside peatland is the thickness of peat and hydrological data. We were talking about the flow of water and porousness, but hydrology of peat is very complex. It's a two-tier structure. We have very different types of porosity. The peatland is breathing depending on the water level. It's not linear depending on the water level in profile. You have very complex micro topography, you have changes in species, and there is very strictly defined feedback to climate, to type of vegetation, to type of peat. I would not like to discourage myself because I need to learn a lot, but step by step, if we are moving towards higher efficiency, we should take everything into consideration. So in case of peatland, I'm drawing to an end, we have a huge potential to store water. It's something that's very difficult to compute without data on the thickness of peat. We don't know what is the volume of water stored in a peatland valley. I know that some of you are working on it, but it's a huge challenge. Peat thickness translates into higher retention, and that has an impact on the landscape. We have micro retention, higher retention, and you are able to store more water in peat. And beware of using the sponge comparison, because very often destroyed peatland are not sponges anymore. They are not absorbing water infinitely. They have specific volume that has its limits, and sometimes they can't absorb any more water because they've degraded. So lots of water, depression, progressive depression of land, and protection of river valley peatlands, and also in brooks and streams, or the nanoscale retention, putting a log, throwing a log into a river, into a dike that is draining a small peatland along the riverbed. I think that would produce tangible results. So this is a major argument for nature, and sometimes it's even more important in the context of protected species. For example, there are no protected species in the city, but Icińska Struga is a great example. And I wanted to illustrate something we all have in mind. River valleys are huge, provide ways for military vehicles which can get stuck, and I think water security is more than security of access to water. This is a very important barrier, impediment for military vehicles, and I wanted to promote our activities in the context of accumulation of data. We want to create a new peat thickness database. Right now we have 700 points, and for example 400 drills have been made in a peatland in Lubelskie region. So we have data on 700 peatlands. Data will be available for everyone. We have data on lowland, highland retention, on wetlands, and we have brand new data because we go out into the field to drill. And we are actively collating data. And let's finish with the valley of River Stążka flowing across peatland, where lime deposits go to 10 meters deep. Thank you very much. See you out in the field.
Mariusz Lamentowicz, Uniwersytet imienia Adama.
Mariusz Lamentowicz from the Adam Mickiewicz University, who's going to do the dirty work tomorrow. I'm really jealous. Beautiful group. And now the last presentation in this session, River Restoration, a complex web of legal requirements, but a coherent vision. Paweł Pawlaczek from Institute of Environmental Protection, State Research Institute, please. Hello.
Proszę Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, Catskills Mountains. This is a mountain ridge in the Appalachian Mountains. There were a lot of trouts. 1885. It's the oldest publication that I was able to find, which in writing expressed the question, what to do so we keep having our fish, our trout, and the proposed the answer. We need to take care of their habitat because they need shaded water. So we need to plant trees at the banks of our rivers because trout need diverse morphology of the riverbed. So we need to have that trees in the stream. So this is the first publication that I was able to find, the first publication in the world that expresses the idea of river restoration. The year 1994. For instance, in Pomerania, there is a spawning ground of a unique fish species, quite a limited range. So the idea, what can we do so this fish can have a better spawning ground, this type of trout, and we can recreate that tree debris, like older trees, cut and put in the river. So this has worked. We don't see any intervention nowadays, and the rivers look very natural. The year 2000, after some years of debate about flood risk, what to do, this alpine river, Izara wouldn't have such a terrible energy. After discussion in Munich, so the recreation would be created as gravel beds in that river. So restoration of Izara in Munich gave the space for recreation. And the year 2026, we start the restoration of Parcenta, getting rid along the river, either getting rid or mitigating barriers, but also planning the restoration of the riverbed, because we want the salmon put in the river to return here, and so that the river would function better. So this is one of the examples, some examples that show that we do restoration for some reason, not because someone tells us, but because it's good. But if we want to scale it up, if we want things to go towards the right direction, not the wrong direction, we agree about certain rules in order to force ourselves to follow them. These are the rules which are difficult to change, and we draw logic conclusions from them. So these rules are legal requirements that we create ourselves. Such a rule, which we all know, is the Water Framework Directive. This is, of course, a very long legal document written in a complicated language, but we could actually shorten it to a few words, saying that this rule says that the river needs to be a living river. So what does it mean? It has to have a good ecological status measured by life, by the good state of fish, benthos, and plants. Simplifying it, but we do require these three elements for a good state of rivers. A good state of a river, or good status of a river, is a situation where fish or benthos or plants are not, we don't interfere as humans in reference to a natural river. A good ecological potential is as close to good status as possible, whilst maintaining the river's utility for people. So what results from that? The directive says that everything which is necessary to restore this status has to be done, has to be completed by 2027. I'm not going to comment on that deadline and tell you what are the opportunities to achieve it, but this is what the directive says. In practice, both fish, benthos, plants not as much, but as well, need hydromorphology. So they require diversity, because without that we cannot achieve the good status. And this is the legal requirement related to the WFD. So hydromorphology should be initiated, not because we are making expertise or making plans. We should initiate it in the field by the end of next year. We also have regulation, the nature restoration regulation, which has the target, the objective for our systems to be, ecosystems to be healthy and working well, functioning well, which means that they're supposed to be biodiverse and resilient. What does it mean for a river? The measure here is riverine and riparian natural habitats in good conditions. And these rivers are varied, but also forests which are dependent on being flooded by the river, which means, what does it mean that they are in a good state? We have a whole set of guidelines, parameters, but they are built around the natural state. So the measure of the natural state are also deviations from some natural conditions for functioning of such habitats. So a good state of habitats requires hydromorphology, and hydromorphology requires restoration. So the NRL says that everything necessary to achieve a good habitat status must be done in subsequent steps by 2030, 2040, 2050. 30%, 60%, 90% of required area. So in practice, almost everything has to be brought to this good status, good state. So almost all rivers which are natural habitats. If they are not natural habitats, that they might be in, habitats for various species. Here, the NRL concentrates on species from the Habitat Directive and the fifth annex. So such species as common frog or bullhead are included. So in general, everything has to be done which is necessary to achieve adequate quality and number of habitats. Adequate number so that on a scale of Poland, all those species listed in the directive would feel good also in our rivers. A well-working geo-ecosystem in the rivers are the rivers without barriers, but it's not only about transverse barriers, but also longitudinal barriers, and barriers, vertical barriers that interrupt the connectivity between water and groundwater, and certain barrier is disrupting this connection because of the excessive collection of groundwater. So the objective is rivers without barriers as much as possible, and the requirements of NRL would be summarized in the following way. We need to know our barriers, identify them, know their catalog. We have to think about those barriers. Do we think it's still necessary? If not, then we should get rid of them. We should remove those barriers that harm habitats or species, what I've talked about a moment ago, and others that can be removed because they're simply unnecessary right now. We don't have any numbers which are specified here, but we have some steps to be done for 2030, 2040, and 2050. We formulate the national plan for the construction of natural resources. We are trying to do that, waiting for some proposals regarding rivers and barriers on rivers, and this cycle will be repeated again at least twice before 2040 and 2050. A certain idea, certain concept which specifies this perfect or idealized state is the concept of a free-flowing river.
O takie odcinki rzeczne, które są zupełnie bez barier.
It's about such things which are without barriers, or operationalizing this notion. These are rivers which are without barriers.
Taki algorytm wnioskowania, reguły wnioskowania, które...
There are some rules for drawing conclusions that say which criteria can be fulfilled, so we can assume that the river is without barriers, so it can be included within free-flowing river. And there is an objective for entire Europe, insofar as contributing to the restoration of free-flowing watercourses, 25,000 kilometers. This is a deluxe restoration, so not only partial continuity through a fish pass. Building a fish pass will not recreate it. Getting rid of a barrier, yes, it will do it. Well, working ecosystem means a river that can flood. Or that can flood from time to time. The requirement of an NRO means improvement of the natural functions associated with floodplain rivers. We have to say where we want to do it, why there, and why we believe that this is sufficient. And finally, in this regulation, we have a good status of marine habitats. What there is in common between a river and the sea, there is something, because the state of the catchments is very interdependent. The key to marine habitats is the eutrophisation that comes from rivers. So if we can imagine that we can get rid of some noise or limit it, what to do with eutrophisation? If we have farmers, we cannot do it. Or maybe we can. Maybe this solution is at the river banks. Maybe we can divide farmers with buffer zones in the rivers. So this is how we divide the farmers and the sea. Because this is the painting of a German painter, so a landscape we used to have. Right now we interpret it differently, as something that we should try to recreate. And again, everything which is necessary to achieve a good status of marine habitats has to be done by 2030, 2040, 2050, and the steps are 30, 60, and 90%. So these are different legal requirements, but well understood, the restoration is a cohesive answer and consistent answer insofar as implementation of those legal requirements. And Ilona said that we have a very thick guide for restoration, and she quoted me saying that I can present this guide in a very simple and short way. So add to the river what was taken, take away from the river what's not necessary, what does it need, let the river be the river, let it have the hydromorphological processes and flow with the river, I add. So don't treat it as a one-off action, ad hoc action, but treat it as a process and effects and manage it adaptively. Ilona discussed those rules more in details, but these 4 rules, these 4 principles are the answer to the question how these legal requirements can be fulfilled. Pay attention to the fact that actually nowhere among these requirements there is no going back to wild rivers, to the original state. But pay attention to the fact that in those requirements actually our objective is, well, there are some parameters, indicators, percentages, and they take from a model which remains as an archetype of a natural river and natural river morphology processes. And we keep drawing from that, and river restoration is an attempt to copy and recreate these processes which we take from the source. Thank you very much, and I wish you a lot of success in river restoration.
Paweł Pawlaczyk, Institute for Environmental Protection Research Institute. We have speeded up and compensated for 15 minutes. So as a reward, a 15-minute long coffee break. I'll be calling you back because you don't see it. If we spend more time than we should, the alarm will go off and different law enforcement agencies will be forced to remove us from this conference room. Thank you very much.
Nie, to ty zagaduj. No 5 minut, Pan Bóg cię opuścił. Profesorze, na Boga.
Proszę Państwa,
Okay, I should do some small talk for 5 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. I'm well spoken, but the professor has asked me to keep you chatted. Okay, perhaps we have questions on Teams. Can you hear us? Yes, you can. Okay, so we've started a discussion. Did we have any comments or questions on YouTube? Like, stop it, enough, only on Teams, okay. And how do you evaluate our catering? Are we going to vote on food provided by catering? Do you like the food? Hands up. Yes, you can raise your hand, you can press the button. You can shout. Who does not like food served while the conference lasts? We have plenty of sandwiches. Would you like to have some? Okay, so luckily it's a national park because some time ago we had a project meeting brought together with farming academies, and sessions were running late, and we left to have sandwiches, and there was no food for participants because everything was eaten by students, even the salad was gone. So if there are any shortages, or perhaps if there is an abundance of food, we can feed the hungry. And do you remember any conferences where food was problematic and it led to casualties? No. But I remember a conference where we had an uncanny installation outside. It was in the forest as well, in front of the main building in Germany, in Bavaria, in a national park. We had wooden torches, vertical, cross-shaped structures, and when everyone left, those structures were meant to be put on fire to illuminate the square, but the problem is we had torrential rain just before we were to leave the building, and when torches were put alight, it was like in the Vatican City, habemus papam, grey smoke, and I was standing with my colleague from another Eastern Bloc country that was looking at those smoldering torches, and he said, great technology, just ineffective. Luckily, we don't have torches here, so we can talk about effectiveness. You didn't have a beer garden, Oktoberfest style. But once at a beaver conference, we had a pet beaver. And the beaver, it was a beaver congress in Flasing near Munich, yeah. Okay, so you can have a pet beaver called Helmut, and if it was a she-beaver, it would be Helga. And then a couple would be romping in the conference home. How do you tame a beaver? I'm not going to comment on it. I have no experience. It doesn't look like a pet material to me. I've never heard of a pet beaver. Perhaps it was found, stranded like a deer, left by the mother who went shopping. Okay, hello, the broadcasting van. We have a question from Masters of Ceremony. Okay, we should have our own show. Okay, we are unique, I think. But I remember a conversation, my first conversation about healthy rivers, and it was an interview with you, wasn't it? It was a great conversation, and I still remember it today. Professor Grigoruk talking about deepening the riverbed to have more more water in the river. You can't have more water in the river, it's just flowing, the level is lower. I remember last week We were looking at the success of an angling club in Poland. They have reached an agreement with Polish waters and they removed silt and deposits. A clean, a pristine, clean riverbed. What a success. Is it our time? No, it's our time. We all know each other. And can you put silt back? Yes, you can. There are examples of, effectively feeding the river with debris. Lowland River, we know of success stories. Okay, hello, broadcasting van, are we ready? Okay, we are still waiting in angst.
Nie możemy oddać głosu do studia, bo my jesteśmy w studio. Kasia, pomóż, że powiem ci po krakowsku.
Kasia, help us. You can do the talking. It's a very stressful situation if you don't have the connection when you need it, or you can't hear anything, or you hear yourself and you can't hear your thoughts. Okay, so let's stay with the Weissend. We have another trio, yes. We don't have a beaver, but we have a river table. I don't know if you've noticed, in this space between posters, inspired by what I saw once, somewhere near Sofia, I saw a riverbed. We have river round tables, and sometimes you need to close the river in a table, and you can feed water. Szymon Jusik, as hydromorphologist, is taking care of the table. Okay, Szymon, please get up. That's Szymon. Okay, the content head of the table. Sitting at the table could be Robert Pirc, you know him already. So he is a climate expert and he's very passionate about rivers. And he took over the table from me. I have a sense the table is his toy, and you can easily put your hands inside. You can restore the river. Keep an eye on these processes happening at the table. We have named it Beautiful, the River Simulator. If you like playing with sand, but you feel awkward because you are far too old, you can play with sand for scientific research and no one would say anything against you. I've been there. I didn't play with sand. I don't want to get my hands dirty, but I did. I've put my hands into sand because I was late. And if I can mention the restoration roadmap. It's perfect timing, Magdalena. Yes. But just a minute ago, I was talking to Alexander about my email. Okay, I just threw it at you because in such critical venue, just opposite the toilet, this is where we have arranged our mock-up, which illustrates the entire structure created by Mateusz Gregoruk, Iwona Wagner, Przemek Nawrocki, and Magdalena Bobryk was listening to us. And while this conference lasts, Magdalena Bobryk plays an unusual role of the knowledge transfer coordinator. So Magdalena is the person who's listening to us. our pearls of wisdom, and later she says, I'm going to translate it. And Magda's role is to tell us, you've said too much, this is wrong, this is where I was lost, and we are listening to Magda. Thank you very much, Magda, for working together with us. And Magda, after many hours of discussions about the roadmap, Magda has put together a tool which is displayed opposite lavatories. So if you go to have something to drink or to nibble or something, hanging opposite the toilet is the roadmap. Magda, can you tell us how to work with the map? Or perhaps when can we find you there to work with the map during the networking session, Magda Bobryk? But we are still waiting. Okay, so thank you very much. I did not prepare myself. I'm not prepared to speak up, but the roadmap is ready. It's true, the map is a tool which is a bit experimental, because many of you, many participants have experience with very different areas of restoration, and we wanted to put together in a single document. Please be bold in using different materials. You have strings, you have post-it notes, you have pins. You can also use your business card and put it somewhere. And let's try to go through the map right from the start, where you identify where you are. Because some of us are restoring rivers, some are contemplating it, some think that the director has announced the competition and they would like to do it but have no idea how. Some of you know how but need funding or expert knowledge. There is space for a start to identify where you are right now and go through the entire process. And we keep it like a mantra. It ends with an infinite adaptation process. So I'll be popping into that place with the roadmap from time to time, but please do experiment yourself, because this format of knowledge transfer at this conference is an experiment. Okay, should we stand here on our own? So I'm going to say something and later you are going to take over the mic. Okay, because I need to announce another session. Thank you very much. Okay, we fooled you because I was rushing you away from coffee and cakes, but you were very brave. And we had a segue session with friends. And right now we are going to talk about successes and failures of restoration projects. And my role now is coming to an end. I'll be coming back, but in this session, my partner, Professor Mateusz Grygoruk of the University of Life Sciences in Warsaw, will be the master of ceremony. He'll be discussing, introducing guests. It's not what you think. We simply want to have a more dynamic session because the topic is very challenging and complex. It's not only challenging and complex knowledge-wise, but also in terms of its social and moral context. So we want to start discussing things that used to be restricted to engineers, biochemists, chemists, and hydrologists, and put the focus on implementation to discuss things such as failures, occasional failures. So the floor is yours, like the corporate universe says. Okay. This session will be a discussion, and I know that some of you have come today from very distant places. Some of you hardly slept today, so we will try to keep you alive. In this session, we are going to discuss as friends, as colleagues, because we know each other from implementation of different projects. I would like to introduce different speakers. Edyta Kapowicz of the Polish Society for the Protection of Birds, Monika Kotulak of Frankfurt Zoological Society, Paweł Mikuś, the Institute of Environmental Protection of the Polish Academy of Science, and myself, Mateusz Grygoruk of University of Life Sciences in Warsaw. If we have time left, we'll be inviting you to engage in a conversation. I would like to start with us scholars, us scientists, no matter how much we read about restoration, I feel old, we are reading about successes only, that we have fish coming back, that we are retaining phosphorus, that water is everywhere, that we have restored wetlands, that peat is being formed. But this is not the entire truth, because I know from my experience, and I'm a person who has been restituting peatlands for nearly 20 years, and I know that we fail sometimes, and it's problematic because we learn on our own mistakes or other people's mistakes, mainly our own mistakes, but we need to communicate them as well. And I would like to draw your attention to Engineering Failure Analysis, a scientific journal dedicated to failures only. I wanted to avoid comparisons to medicine, because there are also medical journals publishing failed treatment protocols or surgical treatments, not to pinpoint mistakes, but to caution medical professionals not to take a certain avenue. So we have come together to highlight failures we all know, and to discuss the ego, risk analysis, and lack of social sciences in restoration. I'm a bit concerned about it, but someone said it several times today, that social context is important, that emotions is important, that restorations are related to huge social expectations. And we are also green-lighting technological solutions that, if they fail, we say they need to be optimized. And because we have a change in our agenda, because one of the speakers, Paweł Mikuś, cannot join us today, I would like to demonstrate what I'm talking about. This is the Congost River in Spain. I've seen it barely a fortnight ago. It's flowing in the mountains, as you can see. It looks natural, but it's not a river flowing in a natural park or flowing in a place subject to protection. It's a river which is flowing across very industrial area, across the city, next to a water purification plant, next to farmland, to a roundabout and a huge industrial hole. And I'm showing it to you because it doesn't matter how many times I talk about restoration projects with owners of the land. They said, no, you can't do it, there is no space. And you have hard infrastructure around it, and the river flowing in the middle seems to be natural. Its course seems to be natural, and I'm saying it because it's our first failure. We discuss restoration not in terms of water, but in terms of natural conditions, and we've heard it from Professor Zalewski today that restoration of the river is restoration of some useful processes that might help us obtain some gain. So this is a lesson to be learned for me, for myself and other stakeholders. What is a success? And this is something that has been mentioned today recently, the position of the State Council of Water Economics I'm sitting on. It's a position identical to the position of the State Board of Environmental Protection, which extends the catalogue of maintenance work. And please note Ilona and Pavel have mentioned it, that we have this rule, add, remove, allow or add, and look at the provision of the water law. It mentions deleting elements. There is a provision which is mentioning filling gaps in river banks, but all other activities lead to degradation of river morphology. Could be useful or unuseful for the economy, but they lead to environmental degradation. What is symptomatic for the success is that this position has been successfully voted and will be shortly published on the board's website. But nevertheless, maintenance works, the list will be extended in line with the add or remove concept. And this is where convergence ends, because everything that will follow with this regulation is not up to us. We can only ask if someone has received the document or if these provisions after modifications will become effective when the new water law will be adopted. Okay, so this is the adopted content. And last but not least, before I give the floor to other panelists, this famous article of our colleague William Mitch from the US, who wrote an article, When Will Ecologists Learn Engineering and Engineers Learn Ecology? It has been published 11 years ago. And I believe it's no longer relevant. I'm looking at my associates, at my learned colleagues, and perhaps right now we should write a new article titled, When Will Restoration Start Tapping into Social Sciences? When will social sciences understand the pragmatics of restoration? Because what is missing is social science, and I see it as a challenge. Edyta, now it's your turn. Your experiences with restoration of rivers.
Dobry Państwu. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Today I was supposed to talk not only about Narewka restoration, but also other activities in the course of these works that we have implemented. And I'll start with the eldest activities, because we are restoring rivers in the primeval forest since 2005. As the first ones in Poland, our association started it early on. Roman Kalski was very much involved in these activities. He is with us today if there are questions. So in general, these activities, these measures were implemented until 2007. Probably you cannot see very well because these are just small dots on the map, but there were 66 small retention facilities in the area of the entire Bałowieski forest. And usually these were braids that would keep the continuity of the rivers that were created on rivers and smaller streams or chokes. This is a success for me that they actually were created. They maintain water with the dry spell that we have had 2 years ago. One of them stopped flowing. These were the only places where water was kept and the longest. Later they dried out as well. But an example, practical example was, for example, the fire in the forest, and fire services were taking water from there to help with extinguishing fires. So I have 2 slides only. I have successes and failures. Well, the failures is that these activities were not implemented throughout all these years. Only this year we are going back to these activities, but also that they were not done all over the forest. They were done, of course, together with the forestry, with the forest rangers, but these activities didn't cover the entire area, which during nowadays droughts translates to over-drying of those habitats. So we are going back to the Narewka River, but so it's not also rosy. I'm gonna mention the failures. So this looks similarly to the logo. So the success are the blue meanders that were created, that they were restored. There were 10 meanders created, but you see the red ones, they were not done. And we have recreated only those on the southern bank for a simple reason that simply we didn't have the ownership. This is not our property. You have those plots of land that belong to OTOP and were leased from Białowieża municipality that joined into the project. They leased those plots of land and they agreed for meandering, and the other ones are private lands, and we are unable to agree with the owners that we'll create the meanders. Therefore, we concentrated only on the southern bank. You cannot really see it. There are some artificial breaks at some points, but the pragmatic side of meandering and those processes, well, we need to have the ownership, all the acceptance of the owners to carry out those activities. I thought that maybe on the left side because it's easier, but yeah, it's not engineering, it results from property issues. Monika Kotulak. I'm going to talk about a project that is starting only now. We have started officially on the 1st of April this year. Restoring water to the Białowieża forest, a method for resistant landscapes and benefits for the community. And this is a project that scales up OTOP's measures and other organizations, like the organization that takes care of birds in Belarus. My colleague Victor, who's somewhere in the back, please wave at us. You can ask him about that. There are also posters by Victor. There are our posters about Belarusian measures and activities planned under this project. Because we are only starting now, we do not have successes in practical solutions, but we've agreed that the success is the fact that the project is starting, that we have gathered all together under this partnership, and we've planned these measures and these activities, we've obtained funding. So a little bit about that, about the good practices that we have used ourselves and the plan that could be copied maybe in your projects, and I would like to tell you about them. So if we may, next slide, there is a list of 9 points. The 10th point is lacking to have a decalogue. Maybe we'll add one. The first one is find a local partner, because I represent a German organization working globally, but it is German. We've needed an organization which works locally, which knows local conditions, situation, which knows nature and people, which is just as important. This is why we work with OTOP and earlier with APP in Belarus. Start on a small scale. In 2019, we started to work with OTOP on small things, with some expertise, some report with Mateusz regarding Narewka. It was cross-border work together with colleagues from Belarus. And afterwards, we were also doing some additional works on destroyed facilities, and it allowed us to scale up the cooperation. Of course, nothing can happen without people, so a good team, competent and ambitious team, which is diversified, is something that any project needs, not only a restoration project. Also, from the beginning, we know that nothing can be done without the managers of these areas, of the management. This is why we worked with the National Forest, with the Regional Directorate of the Forest, with the National Park, etc. So over a year already, we've been discussing things, meeting online, live meetings, we're planning, and this is a very valuable process. And I would like to encourage everyone to go through it, although it might be a difficult process. A solid foundation. We base everything on the works of scientists and practitioners and lessons learned, conclusions drawn from our earlier activities in Belarus or here. So we work from mistakes. This is a part of any project. Another advice is be ambitious in your plans. We've planned in Białowieża Forest for the next 5 years activities on 12,000 hectares of forest in the catchment areas and 25 kilometers of rivers, including Narewka River. And I don't know if this ambition will be profitable, but please ask me about that in 5 years. The rule that we followed during planning our practical activities is to act holistically and to plan always from the source to the mouth and to include the whole catchment area. So this is why we have 12,000 hectares insofar as these two rivers. 12,000 hectares of the forest. Everybody will agree that money is an important element of any restoration project. As our English colleagues say, conservation without money is just conversation. We were lucky to get a donor who is not a bureaucrat. People who work there, who cooperate with us, are practitioners or scholars, scientists, and they support the entire process of planning and implementing the project. So this is a great opportunity also to be supported by a donor. And the last item, and just as important, cooperate. From the beginning of this year, and earlier, together with forest rangers, we were organizing workshops for volunteers, now with volunteers, earlier with park rangers, and we invited people from all over Poland who can come to the primeval forest and help us block those ditches and water courses and to build embankments, and the interest is great. But we are inviting more people because there are a lot of water courses, 5,000 kilometers all over the entire catchment area in Białowieża Forest, so there is enough work for everybody, and this is a great method, great way to do something specific, something active. So people do want to do it and learn something which I hope will be later implemented in other places. Thank you. Thank you, Monika. This is a very complex approach. And now, Łukasz. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's panel, Marta Barszczewska was supposed to talk. I'm looking into the camera and because I know she's online. And Marta cooperates with you on everyday basis. She's also saying hello. She's listening. I've got information that we are implementing restoration, deluxe restoration in Wody Polskie, Polish waters. This is what it looks like. I planned to concentrate on restoration works that we are implementing now, but before I do that, I'm going to go back to history because there was information about Białka Tarnowska, about some international awards, or mentions. There was also a project on Mysłoka and tributaries, and there are more examples because many watercourses were included. There was a live project organized in another area. And during this conference, we will be able to listen about it. We have Wojciech with us who will talk about it tomorrow. But moving to those experiences, which we are implementing now. As you can see on this map, we have various examples in various parts of the country. We also tap into varied funding sources in order to carry out restoration tasks. And here there are examples of projects funded from the EU, but also national fund, life projects. We have the restoration project. Varied. We have Ravabis project. We also have tasks related to ensuring ecological continuity. Also a task regarding the improvement of the quality of water in the catchment of Drava, River Pasente, Life for Rivers, of the entire river. So there was a talk about catchment in case of those rivers. We are not talking about Pasenta itself, but also its tributaries. And so there is the restoration of the continuity on 24 barriers. There are many components to this project. In total, 90 million euro, and Poland over 50 million as a share. I'm saying share or participation because these projects are possible thanks to the participation of many partners. Polish Waters have their own tasks, their own component, but other partners also have say insofar as the implementation of the project, and they have their own tasks. We have other projects in life. There is a project on ecological corridors or wildlife corridors. There is also a project on continuity. I could talk about that and more during Wednesday workshop. For sure we'll talk about it, about getting rid of barriers, and we'll take Pasente catchment under consideration. A big project which we are doing in the eastern Poland, Białka Lelowska. So there are a lot of examples. We also have some works in the pipeline, including fish passes, and we use investment subsidies. You can see examples of various activities, like, for example, the construction of a fish pass at the stabilizing seal of the water barrage in Włocławek. So this is an example of restoration of the River Dubnia, and here for this concept we have established a committee with naturalists, both scientific units and local government units and social organizations, in order to develop adequate solutions that will satisfy everyone. Trying to find a consensus that we've mentioned today many times. So if in case of those tasks, well, I think this is all. Maybe one more example. Restoring the Oxbow lakes on the Narew River. So these are also the activities that we plan. But we draw from the experiences that we have. We are trying to keep on tapping into them, but as you know, not all tasks can be implemented efficiently. Unfortunately, an example of that is we are still searching for effective solutions. This is the example on the slide. This is a weir on the Tanvia River in Ulanów. This is the same example that Monica mentioned earlier, and other colleagues, which is the ownership of the lands. So here we have one stakeholder who has decided to get rid of this weir because it doesn't really fulfill any functions in water management. We have also NGOs who are very strong, working here, various associations that have initiated the entire project on the tributaries of Sun River in Sandomierz area, because as you can see on that slide, if we would get rid of all the barriers, we would achieve 1,500 kilometers of free-flowing river only on these three tributaries of Sun River, and getting rid of the weir would allow to ensure ecological continuity on 30 kilometers. As you can see, thanks to just one facility, we have huge possibilities, but the barrier here are property rights. We are proceeding, we are trying to solve the situation somehow, and we shall see how we will manage. Keep your fingers crossed. Simply, I'm showing this as one of the examples of the challenges. There are more challenges. We are planning to implement measures regarding restoration of older river tributaries. We wanted to check which tributaries are more beneficial insofar as ensuring ecological continuity, and we are planning partnership with an NGO. Here there was a necessity to get all administrative decisions, which limits us in time, but we keep working in this area.
Thank you very much, Łukasz. It's very symptomatic that everyone is focusing on the key problem. And those issues are very important. So relating to my experience with Norway, because I've been invited in 2015 to Norway for a seminar, what would you suggest to restore peatlands in Norway? And I've told them to read literature, and they've said, we've read everything else there is to read, and it was true. So a question to you, Edita, what is missing? What is missing for the entire community, but what is missing from the world of academia? Do you find in scientific and research publications answers to simple questions asked by river restorers? Because they are very much success-oriented, because when you get funding, you need to have them settled and demonstrate success. Do you think that our knowledge of hydrology, environmental engineering is up to our expectations? Do you have any questions to researchers that you see as a challenge? Of course, I do have questions. What is missing for me? I think it's the same thing, a combination of knowledge with real-life applications, some guidelines stemming out of theoretical research papers, because usually it's down to property rights, but we look forward to practical solutions. For example, the height of weirs, how should it be located? Should it have sides? What reinforcements should be put in place? And I know it's a major discussion, and we also need to have a construction engineer, a designer who's going to design the weir, and practitioners are in short supply. People who have graduated from the faculty of people who translate theory and assumptions into practical projects, and there is a shortage of hydrologists, and habitat experts, botanists are also in short supply. What is missing is consistency. Very often we need to commission several experts' reports to have a complete picture. I'll try to put take the pressure off in this discussion. I don't know if you realize that we are not paid for those things. We need to compete for grants and scores in basic research we find most exciting, but which is not applicable to river restoration. And I wonder, because we have literature which is now available, are all problems solved in the literature? And do we have people who are able to implement such projects in real life? Whereas in this room, we see a light in the tunnel. We have our students, Kacper Cedro, who is sitting somewhere. And I'm very proud that he's been studying it. So we shouldn't be saying that there are no practitioners. They are available, but perhaps Monika, are you able to encourage or create a syllabus for new students who would be sought after on the market later? Because Edita said that you expect people to have holistic education, to know a bit about everything, to build a complex picture based on it. Okay, so such people would be very handy, people who take a very holistic approach. Usually, we are trained in a very narrow specialist area. There are no people who take a broader look. And I would add something else. I think we need to put social sciences into the mix, because people who deal with science, they don't know how to use language that is understood by everyone. Even for us, people who are educated, it is a challenge to understand, not to mention representatives of local governments who would like to find out what's happening to the local woods, a meadow, a river. This is a very interesting strand of our discussion. We have plenty of successes with cooperation with the state forests and national parks, because people who work for them, they have very robust background. They are knowledgeable about habitats. So it's just a matter of discussing activities that can be implemented on a wider scale. And if you communicate it adequately, then implementation is a piece of cake. And I think, Katarzyna, we are going to talk about it in a minute. But restoration has been a success because we are working with state forests. For example, most activities have been implemented in areas adjoining to Białowieża National Park. Katarzyna Górewska, my presentation is scheduled for day 3 of the conference, but I wanted to take part in this session. When I saw my colleagues and the topic, which is very applicable to us, I wanted to reassure you, because when we are talking about Białowieża Park, some documents have been suspended, but water, which is priority today, ever since 2018, remember what, Mateusz, we had workshops or expert meetings with a very broad group, including Belarus. We were tapping into Belarusian experiences. UNESCO wanted us to work on an expert report for the entire Białowieża forest. We were to investigate all threats to local waters. So we had soil, climate sciences, hydrology, and it's a document prepared also by Mateusz Grygoruk, and this document has been adopted in 2021. So there is a misunderstanding because documents have been adopted and we know how to manage the park. And I know decisions whether we should have it implemented or not have not been taken, but I think we all know that such decisions must be taken today because we are talking about a park spanning 56,000 hectares, and workshops held together with our counterparts will be launched this year, and will be removing dams from rivers flowing in Białowieża Park. Our office wrote this document in collaboration with other stakeholders because, like Edyta said, we need to put together different experts, and we had a whole lineup of experts who have contributed their academic knowledge. As a native of Podlasie, let me joke that water in Białowieża forest is the only thing we want to argue about, and I think this is an apt summary of our discussion. And I wanted to go back to the topic of social sciences, Łukasz. Social sciences are not only needed to cut the message to people, and the misconception and misunderstanding mentioned by Katarzyna, perhaps it was the after effect of us communicating in a very scientific manner, using the jargon about putting a stop to ditches and dikes, and we know that they are draining forests, that they are dry most of the year, they are not in the register. And we've heard that Łutownia River has been drained, and locals would say, okay, if you fill the dike, I'm not going to farm my land anymore. So you, as Polish Waters, what do you think about the social perspective? Do you think that communication should be embracing the needs of the public? Aren't you bored by repeating the same thing time and time again? But, for example, retention. And from the perspective of accountability, you are accountable for water, and do you think that social sciences are something that you want, you should develop? Communication is essential. We need to have communication to implement different activities. The example of Dubnia, when we were putting together the concept, a committee was established to put the language of the concept into more comprehensible words. Because without it, we can't implement different projects, and because conflicts may arise, we can have protests. I know I'm talking about extreme situations, and restoration projects are very often met with resistance. In terms of consultations, we are offering different solutions. We communicate broadly our tasks and activities to make sure that everyone knows what we are doing. And the example you saw on the slide, Weirs on Tanev River. Next to it is Bukowa River with 4 dams. And we've offered to ensure continuity, biological continuity, but the local community says no, because we may be flooded, they argue, though scientific analysis show it's quite unlikely that water levels will not go up, that the river should not spill over and flood adjoining areas. But consultations have been closed, and the local community said definitely no. Only later we started to convince people, and right now local community wants to have the biological continuity to ensure migration of fish. Edyta, Monika, what do you think about historic background? Today, we've had a very interesting discussion on the way together with Malina as we were driving here. When we are talking about the restoration, it's usually reversing the effect of previous enhancement. And if we have people who remember that it was done for a certain with a certain purpose in mind, so the question is, was it wrong, for example, ditches and dikes? Can we say that it was a bad idea to dig those dikes? Because it's a very serious issue, contrary to what we may think. My father was doing something, my grandfather was doing something, we saw the benefits. And for example, old textbooks are very interesting. Don't throw them out because, for example, water economics and water management, you know, people are proud of things we see as a no-no today. So from your perspective, how should we communicate it? How to talk about the restoration projects, not to hurt anyone's ego? Because this is one of the main issues, Monika. I think it's a great question, how not to insult anyone in Białowieża Forest, but overall, I do understand, but I think, you know, it's seldom people have ill intentions. Intentions are usually good. People might want something else, not necessarily the thing we're after. And Victor likes to show scans from a book published in the early 1900s about wisent protection, which reads that we need to drain the forest for the wisent to roam freely. And at the time, people wanted to protect rare species and drain the forest to create the best possible habitat for wisents. In the 17th century, we saw first drainage efforts on what is now the Belarusian side to provide farmers and forest rangers with work. Timber was floated and farmland was irrigated, was drained. That was the intention. Right now, when we talk about things we want to do, we are trying not to assess. We are trying not to say, you know, those things were wrong and such things were good. We are just presenting our approach, and we believe that the approach we are recommending is the best one. In this point in time, perhaps we are going to come together again in 20 years' time, and we are going to admit that it was a pointless exercise, that this approach does not make any sense. Right now, after consultations with practitioners, well, we are convinced that things we plan on implementing are good, but history will assess us.
This was very serious. No, I can only add that we need to adapt to conditions at a given time or place. We know that climate change is going really fast. We are all watching it throughout our lives. The climate changed completely. And I think that we need to decide what are the priorities. If we all decide now, and I think we do, that the water is the most important, we want to retain the water in the habitat, to increase the level of the groundwater level. And if this is our priority, we should not pay attention to other conditions. We try to save the water, save the habitats, and the most valuable habitats in Białowieża Forest. Maybe I'll continue with the theme that you've started with, because we don't want to do any very active measures in the forest, but get rid of the anthropo-pressure that was created already in the 19th century, and allow the forest to be a forest and be restored to the natural state, taking the human factor that was introduced. This is a question about the objective, and it nicely came out that this objective needs to be defined at the beginning. I have an impression that since we're talking about restoration projects, a project in marketing has its definition. So what you've started with, these are not new things. We are not inventing anything new. I recommend you all, from my perspective, to get certificates and training in project management. Any project management. There are a lot of methods. We can discuss it later, but what I'm trying to say, the stages of restoration projects and risks related to them are inherent parts of the projects, and it's nothing new that something is collapsing in the project or we need to change something. It's all of it. It's named. There is a business justification. If the business justification ends, the project should be closed. Yeah, there are various paths. So after finishing the project, we are checking what came out, and it turns out that we manage projects, but our own way. But it should be done in a more systemic way. So what's the objective? Polish waters, or anyone who's using water. Do you believe, Łukasz? Are they aware of the fact that specifying the objective of restoration is very difficult? Because answering that this is working on a live organism at a certain level of its development is very difficult for us, scholars, scientists, and for pragmatic people in Polish waters or NGOs that need to strive to achieve something. So are you prepared for small objectives? This is not an exam, not a test on my part, but do you allow the awareness that we need to communicate that the success will be stopping degradation, or a minimum success, that we do not expect some colossal things? And so far as goals or objectives, we are aware of the fact that this is not about ecological continuity. This is a final goal, but increasing the number, the population, of the species or of fish or other organisms. So these are the indicators for us, especially with live projects, where these indicators or factors are necessary, are required at the stage of submitting applications and later at the stage of monitoring. In Polish waters, we have people who know about restoration, who are actively participating. I see, Mateusz, you're looking at Ewelina, who just took the floor, but there are more people in different regions who are involved in the projects on a bigger and bigger scale, and they really want to achieve those environmental objectives that are possible to be achieved. Insofar as water management issues, I think that we need to start to communicate it, that the small activities that we undertake on the scale of the catchment area, their results will not be very big, and they will be delayed in time. My impression is, maybe it's wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that the expectation is so big that the criticism that appears during the period of lack of success, like 5 days after the activity, is really huge. So like the activities that we carry out here in the forest, in the area, I have created a big amount of weirs. We've built 42, and there is no water. Yeah, so do you understand how difficult it is? You've heard already that it doesn't work, but we are trying to say that maybe, well, there's impact, negative impact, repeated for the last 50, 70 years, that reversing it with one dam or damming or growing or whatever, when we had 3 millimeters instead of 35 in March, it's extremely difficult. Give us maybe 2 arguments at the end. How to convince people to wait and see, so they are not so eager and so they are not expecting immediate results. Kasia wants to say something. I can only say that we can ask for patience. We don't know what's going to happen with precipitation. We can only act preventively. I think that the professor wanted to add something. At the end of our session, we will move to a few questions because the light comes from the other side. I saw a question over there. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate you on this brainstorming, but this time I would like to speak as devil's advocate. I'm under the impression of the professional and non-professional presenter who needs to I think he should be doing Dancing with the Stars, actually. Maybe not full time, but as Americans say, think big. And the key is more than conservation restoration, it's enhancement. I borrowed it from medicine. What is enhancement? It's taking the patient to having the patient having a better state of health than before the disease. So I was showing these processes as a toolbox, not only insofar as restoring continuum, but a very important suggestion that we need to test it. Every river is different. I showed you that in lowlands and highlands, the rivers react differently. And now the main question, the leading question of this session, how this society, how it should be open, so we can start dialogue with the society, with the public, and we can invite them and encourage them to participate. We had such a 5-year program in Ethiopia, Polish Aid, that I've done together with the ministry. There was retention reservoir. The water was not good for drinking. There were dioxins. It was poisonous. People were being sick, and we installed the system that was developed for some Polish problems. And after a year, dioxins disappeared, and also algae blooming disappeared. There were also the cows introduced. The cows were taken somewhere else, so it was profitable. So there was very simple mechanism without any lectures, without well, thinking is a painful process. So the next year, once everything is working, it turns out that everybody is drinking the water from the reservoir. People come from other villages and they say, let's make the same one for us. Demo site, this is what you need to do. A demonstration site. Choose a case that will work. I know such things myself, that sometimes you do something, it doesn't work yet, but after a time it will start working gradually. So we need to choose a case where we'll do the demo site, we'll show it. Additionally, just as we've made these information tables informing simply what was earlier pictures, it worked well, and now, and thinking, yeah, you have to be more ambitious. So not only water. Let's try to think about bioproductivity, biodiversity of the system, the catchment, the perspective of the catchment always helps with that. And at this moment for the society, how to show them that they benefit from it. This has to be done at the stage of designing. Once you do it, it's too late. And in the end, for the system to be resilient, maybe we need to have a cascade of the elements connected together. So thank you for the inspiration. Thank you very much. before I give the floor to Dorota, I wanted to comment on what Professor said, because we have an example, and colleagues from Double Society have filled some ditches, and I think they're collecting.
Wystarczy. To tylko dwie wersje. Naprawdę wystarczy. Doroto?
Dorota, please. From a different area, but this is teaching social communication. Copenhagen has suffered a lot because of some floods due to heavy rainfall, and they decided to change grey infrastructure to NBS. 2 years they consulted with the residents. After choosing a concept and a strategy, where to place it, which elements to choose, for 2 years they talked to the residents if it's worth it, what will be the effects. And the effect that I've encountered, because I didn't participate in all of it, looking at these solutions, guy stopped me on the street and he said, this was done recently. This was done in order for us to catch the rain. We talked about it. We didn't want those shrubs and we didn't want those other plants, but we talked about it and now it works. 2 years we talked about it. You know how much time we've spent on that, and this is it.
Zanim dojdzie do conservation, to musi być conversation.
Okay, so you need to have a conversation. Thank you, Dorota.
Jeszcze nie, panie profesorze, ale będzie czas na takie...
Not yet, but there will be time for small talk later, before we finish. I was listening to you with my mouth open, a very well moderated session, bravo. Grygoruk, Kapowicz, Kotulak, Pieron, thank you very much. We had something very important here. One of you has said you need to speak in very comprehensible, simple language to reach people, to reach the media. It's a very trendy buzzword. On day 3, we have a workshop that is meant to help institutions, scholars, to translate certain statements into comprehensible language. Thank you very much. Can I say something? One sentence, just one. Let's not focus on bilateral communication, but communication with someone, a conversation with local residents who live and work here, who are making their living in Białowieża forest. They are as important as outsiders. Yes, it is difficult to find it. There are people who said, okay, so these are our holiday homes, don't do it. I think it takes a lot of skill to put those people on board, to make them say yes. Okay, so today we saw awesome things happening. We had champions, we had a mini conference, we've had presentations, we had a lecture, we had the keynote speech, and that took time. So we are running late, but now the culminating part of this session will have a presentation of posters. There will be someone discussing a poster for 2 minutes. I'm very hopeful that it's going to be 2 minutes, otherwise we are not going to make it. And last final thing I'm going to say, I'm going to call poster owners who are going to discuss posters on the stage, and this is session 4, presentation of selected posters. First, Eva Leś. Do we have Eva with us? Okay, so don't be nervous. Okay, a minute has passed. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you. Because I have just 2 minutes, I will be holding a watch in my hand. I'm not watching it on my wrist, so supposedly I'm lucky. This time I will be representing the Institute of Meteorology and Water Management, the Center for Research and Development, and I'm going to present our contribution to the topic of today's conference. I hope I'm going to be swift and effective, and that this session will boost the energy level in the room. Should I change my slide, or perhaps someone else will be doing it for me? We are not counting time up to now. Okay, so like I've said, as the Center for Research and Development, we represent our future, because in the times of climate change, our future, the future of all of us and all the people living in Poland and worldwide, is intricately related to ecosystem resilience. So water resilience is an important term, the ability to swiftly and flexibly react to ongoing changes. It's a very popular term, so this is the future we should be focusing on. With care and precision, because I think this is a very accurate word. And NBS's nature-based solutions are very much needed, and this is what my institute is focusing on. So nature-based solutions, which have been mentioned several times today. What we can see, a photograph from Odra catchment area, a place affected by anthropopression. I'm not going to discuss it at length. We all know what I mean. And there is another photograph, a sample photograph of an NBS from Sweden, which demonstrates that you can also mitigate different types of risks. And we are also focusing on threats posed by climate change. So not only hard anthropopression, but also things that change as a result of climate change. And luckily, NBS are more and more perceived as an opportunity, a benefit, a very helpful tool if understood correctly. If it's chosen deliberately, I think Kinga Krause mentioned it, and provided it's well designed, because we all know solutions that have not been successfully implemented, as a result of which activities are not effective or have no effect, or sometimes do more harm. So these are very important factors. What is our role as the Center for Research and Development in this entire process of restoration and mitigating climate change? We identify key threats. Hydrometeorological threats triggered by climate change. And we are assessing the potential for NBS-based compensation, so compensation driven by nature-based solutions to improve hydromorphological conditions of rivers. And another example of a French NBS. Without further ado, because I'm going to invite you to take a closer look at my poster, we know that the restoration is one of the key ways forward. Not the only one, though. I've mentioned other important guidelines. It's an important method to build water resilience, but it's essential for our healthy future, for our further existence. I think I'll stop here. I think I've made it in 2 minutes. I didn't. Okay, thank you very much. Ewa Leś, the longest 2 minutes in my entire life. Grzegorz Garczyński. Okay, so he got up very quickly. He's on the stage. Grzegorz Garczyński, the mayor of Krosno Odrzańskie, a city on the other side of Poland. Who knows where Świecko border crossing is? If you don't know, you can look at the map. Krosno is the equivalent of a city on the other side of Poland. Okay, so 1 minute per slide. Ready, steady, go. Okay, so you can read more on my poster, but what we did at Krosno Odrzańskie, so this is not the Atlantic, this is not the sea, it's a photograph taken from the flood in 2019, a floodplain. In 2024 came another flood, and more than a dozen times when the Oder River flooded. This flood was not as dangerous as the flood I've mentioned, but this is the city and flooded polders, and as you can see, the river needs space. And we started talking about this space for the river. We've been doing it for a very long time, but we did not have sufficient knowledge and competencies to take a professional approach to it. You can see at the back, on polders, we have more than 41 million cubic meters of water. This is 1/4 of Racibórz water reservoir. So this is how much water was spilled over around our city. Can I have the second slide? Our systemic approach to restoration and revitalization of the river, everything started on the 16th of July 2023, when in Krosno Odrzańskie, in a private house of a president of a local foundation, we had representatives of the city, of the Healthy River Foundation and Polish Waters. Those people came together to do something positive for the River Oder. We signed the letter of intent, which assumed activities to the benefit of the river, activities to the benefit of safety and security, activities that are meant to improve environmental conditions, and subsequent stages rolled out at our municipality included appointing the plenipotentiary for climate resistance. I think Magdalena Bobryk is the first plenipotentiary of its kind in Poland. Later, we put together the development strategy for the municipality for the next 3 years. It's going to be adopted shortly. Another plan will be adopted this August. So we started taking a systemic approach to the river, to our plans for the river. Follow-up steps include the transfer of knowledge and engagement of the local community and the authorities of Lubusko province, I became the chairman of a working group of mayors and officials responsible for water management and climate change. And we are discussing in our group all issues related to the river Oder, to the river Bubr, everything related to water management in our province. How am I doing in terms of time? My time has come to an end. Okay, so our poster is hanging on the right-hand side, and I'm sure that we'll be there to answer your questions and provide you with more information. Do we have any mayors in the room? I'm the only one. That makes me very glad.
Bardzo dziękuję, to będzie pełne obleganie na
Thank you very much. During this session, for sure you'll have a lot of people looking at your poster. And now the next person. I'm a representative of a student group from Łódź University. We are studying environmental biology and environmental protection, and we have prepared 5 posters. You'll find them on the right side from the door. They are about specific things that you need to do if you want to undertake restoration measures. But to be honest, we are not specialists in it, so we've used a guide, a good practices guide that you can find on IMGW restoration website. I'm not going to read the titles of the posters because you can see everything outside our hall. The one that I've prepared includes the activities that I believe are the most important and those that we need to start with. If we see a problem, if we want to solve it, we decided that the most important thing that we need to start with is to check exactly what is happening and where is the source of a problem, because without recognizing well what is wrong, what's not functioning well, and it should function, very important thing. Without that, we cannot plan any effective measures nor implement them. So before we start with our patient and we start to treat our patient, we need to get to know him very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. This was Hybort Krzysztofowski and now Jacek Zalewski.
Proszę bardzo. Ja teraz będę zagadywał, bo pan Jacek z ostatniego piętra chyżo ku nam zmierza. O, można tędy właśnie.
Jacek Zalewski will join us now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In 2021, there was a tiny river, Bibichanka, actually a stream really. It's near Krakow. At that time, they were building a highway around Krakow, and the humus was taken from the ring road around Krakow, and we had to take care of this tiny river. We need to see what it looks like. People were defending themselves against flooding, so they were tired of this river. And look how urbanization was going inside the river. They were actually driving their cars into this water course. So this was quite dramatic. There are, when I put those pictures together, there is a big
Odcinkiem absolutnie niezgodnym z celami.
So this stands in conflict with assumptions of the framework directive and construction of this tunnel, which was clogged, led to flooding of private homes. So we thought of combining into a single whole operations of Polish waters, so operations of us engineers with hydromorphology, with analysis of Paweł Mikuś, of our colleague Józef Jeleński, and we wanted to engage the local community to come up with a method who could be repeated in similar conditions for different rivers. And I'll be glad to tell you more about it next to my poster. Of course, we're not building water reservoirs. We are resorting to different engineering activities, for example, building bypasses. So to recap, I think that we designers, and this is something which has not been said today, NGOs, we are doing a sterling job. Scientists are doing a great job, but we are just a handful designers in this room. If you are doing 3 projects in an NGO, we are doing 3,000. So we are working on multiple projects, and what we need is description of the subject of the procurement, which should have such elements which regrettably are not put in the description by local governments and NGOs. You can't design the river from the helicopter view, and that's how you are doing it. We need to have close cooperation of hydrologists, engineers, and local communities. I come from a family, from a company called retencja.pl, and we don't need retention. We need to modify energy, and we need to debunk the myth that we are moving the flow down the stream and we are flooding people. No, we need to put the peak wave through the city safely and evacuate high waters from the city. Jacek Zalewski, I have a sense that there will be hot discussions next to your poster, Katarzyna Żyłowska. So authors of posters will be standing next to their posters, so you can have a discussion or an argument with them. Katarzyna Żyłowska.
Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I represent maybe a bit different industry or sector, which is a farming institute. And at the beginning, the question that surprised me when we were organizing our workshop, when we talk about something that everyone saw, everybody touched, tried, there was a lot of people. It exceeded our capabilities because we wanted to have a group of 20 people, and we have a group over 70 people. And we were simply talking about water and just like here. So we talked about water here in the context of social involvement. We wanted to involve all interested parties in the farming sector, in the agriculture. So with whom did we talk? You can see that on our poster. We are doing all of that within the project, which is about enhancing farmers' knowledge of effective and circular water management practices on the farm. And you can see all that on the poster. Also about the workshops, about the project itself. I'm going to mention only that this project is being implemented in the cooperation with EU states, such as Cyprus and Italy. It might seem that, well, what do we have in common with countries that are so far away? But actually, insofar as the resources of fresh water, we are on a second position after Malta, third place after Malta and Cyprus. So we have very small freshwater resources. Insofar as Spain, well, yeah, it's not very rich either. So the events in Lublin area, the fire in Solska forest, it turns out that we are right after Spain insofar as the number of forest fires. So all details about our workshops and projects are on the poster, so feel invited. Thank you very much. Thank you. full-time discipline. But please leave the device behind. And our last poster presenter, Zbigniew Bartosik, it's really going well. It's like 2 minutes and that's it. I was waiting for a long time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is a film actually, so could you put it on?
Gdzie? Nie będę czytał, proszę Państwa, to jest jak gdyby kontynuacja.
I'm not going to read it. This is the continuation of a program that Dr. Nawrocki discussed. This is done by the Biebrza National Park. This is the modernization of Modzelówka node or junction. We have finished the project after 16 years. It's almost finished. It's still under construction. The entire project was called the restoration of the hydrographic network in the Biebrza Valley. And my name is Zbigniew Bartosik, and I'm a designer from a specialist design studio. And I would like to invite you to our poster because I wanted to discuss new IT techniques as a tool for establishing changes in watering the grounds next to the areas under restoration. So we are using data from the global product for evapotranspiration model MOD16, and the second topic are neuronal networks, neural networks. I think it could be of interest, and I would like to invite you to come up to me and talk about it. Thank you very much. A full-time discipline, ladies and gentlemen, but we are 15 minutes late in the entire program. It's nothing. Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, a bit of logistics. So we'll have a short break because you deserve it, and myself as well. 15 minutes, yes. Can we do it? If it's 15, it's going to be all right. Afterwards, I think it's going to be 6:15. We have session number 5. It's going to be networking, workshop, and poster session, which will be also forecasted. But we will leave this room. It's going to be in the other part, in the, let's say, a break part. And you can meet with our speakers and those who have prepared the posters. You'll be able to talk to them. We called it, the formula is called fast dates. So you don't get attached to the speakers too much, nor to those who have prepared the posters. You have to move around, you have to do some small talk. This is very important during such conferences, so it shouldn't be just serious relationships, but fast dates. This is what I encourage you to do. After everything is over, today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow,
To będzie takie miejsce, gdzie się będzie można wyciszyć.
Look at the governor's little house. There is an exhibition there.
Wszystkim chodzi. Ta wystawa w w dworku gubernatora przy Stawie jest dzisiaj od 18:30.
Sorry, this is the mansion of the governor, and in the mansion of the governor there is an
Jutro, przypominam, dzień się zaczyna.
There's an exhibition. Tomorrow the day starts at 5 o'clock. Anyone who has signed up for early birds at 5 o'clock, don't go to sleep today. This is a proposal to you. And tomorrow, Ilona Biedroń will be a moderator, and I'm gonna symbolically pass the microphone to her. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, so I'll leave the floor and I would like to thank you for being able to stand me for the majority of today. and coffee, and then posters and fast dates. Please, Ilona, take the floor, and I would like to thank you very much. Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, taking over the mic, I would like to thank Robert for this wonderful moderation. The fact that during this meeting we have a lot of humor and we feel very informal. It doesn't mean that we are not talking about serious topics. This is a formula to kind of shake up a little bit insofar as some standards of scientific conferences. I have changed my shoes kind of symbolically. Tomorrow we are giving up on suits. Even the speakers tomorrow who will be speaking in the morning and in the afternoon who have their presentations, we are allowing you fully to feel free. And tomorrow we say no to suits, and on Wednesday, whatever you feel like. It can be a bit more, yeah, it's up to you. You decide what you wear on Wednesday, but tomorrow just informal clothes. The afternoon sessions will be reversed, actually. This is one thing, I think tomorrow. And today we didn't have the village head, and he has prepared various attractions in the evening. So we propose a walk and getting up in the morning today. But tomorrow evening, the region is hosting us, inviting us next to the amphitheater. There will be some performances, there will be some stands or restaurants open. Who knows when we will return to Białowieża. So thank you very much. This is not the end, of course. Is there anyone else who has a need to say something? If so, please go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, at 5 o'clock in front of the building, in front of this building, in front of RE NATURA, this is where we will gather. And I'm really happy. This was the idea of the park employees, so we don't miss out on the attractions that we have in the agenda. It was the idea to leave in the morning, so this is a really great idea, top idea, and I think that you really benefit from this attractive excursion. So come up to our table now for a fast date, of course.
Świetnie, świetnie.